covered it on the channel, and oh man, it was so good. It was really, really good. The build for that, the hype for that, the excitement for that. There was loads. People were going crazy for that fight. Obviously, Ryan Garcia's got like a massive social media following and has got a lot of supporters, and there's a lot of people that want to see him succeed, and understandably so. I am a Ryan Garcia fan. I think I'm also a Ryan Garcia fan, though, that wants to see more. I feel like the hype train is well and truly rolling, but is the stuff that we're seeing in the ring kind of backing it up? I mean, I would say beating Campbell was a fantastic victory for him. You might remember, if you joined us for that watch-along, Ryan Garcia got knocked down, actually. He got put down early in the fight, managed to get back up, and then stopped Campbell late with a beautiful body shot. I remember there being a few people a bit confused as to why this shot to the side would result in Campbell going down to one knee. And I remember like talking about it, saying that it looked like it was bang on the liver, and the kind of damage that a liver shot can do. I mean, it really does shut your body down. And that's what he did, man. He got him with the liver shot, shut down Campbell. And, former Olympic champion could not continue. But it was a really good fight up until that point. As we said, Garcia going down early in that fight, showing his power of recovery, being able to get back up and get back into the fight. Obviously, before that, against Fonseca, he had got an amazing finish. That went viral. I mean, that went absolutely everywhere. And I did see a program, actually, of him talking about that moment. And he was saying that he felt like he had about an hour to throw the knockout blow. It was a beautiful, like, hook. I think it was like a hook shot that came round, if I remember right. And he managed to get it, like, round the side, knocked Fonseca out. It was, I believe, first round. And, he was saying that he felt like he had forever to throw it. Watching replays, it doesn't look like the window of opportunity was that big. But, yeah, it's really interesting, really interesting hearing him talk. And obviously, he's got a big social media following, as we said. This is tough, though. This is a tough fight for him. I don't know if this is going to be tougher than the Campbell fight. I legitimately don't know. I think the Campbell fight for me was a real test that Garcia passed. But then, of course, as we know, he's struggled with mental health since then, and absolutely no shame in that whatsoever. No shame in it. But it does mean that he has kind of spent quite a bit of time away from the ring. He did come back, I think it was earlier this year, and picked up a win. Not a very convincing win, but considering he'd been out the ring for, near enough 12 months, a win's a win. And now here he is against a former champion, 32 years old, 33 years old, really solid fighter. I would say if he's not the toughest opponent Garcia's ever faced, he's in the conversation for toughest opponent that Garcia has faced. And it's going to, as we said, going to be a real test tonight. It's going to be a real test for Garcia. I do expect him to get through. I do think that he will win. So, I'm certainly not going to build this up as I think he's going to lose it or anything like that. I do think it's going to be tough, and I do think it could go late. And I think that Garcia will find a finish eventually. But I think if people are expecting this to be another first-round knockout, I don't see that. Or if people think that Garcia's just going to blow this guy away, I don't see that. I really do think that Fortuna's coming in with some real skill here, And I would say that the shot that put down Garcia that Campbell found, Fortuna definitely has got that in his locker as well. So this is going to be a dangerous fight. He's going to have to be very careful. He's very confident, of course. But, this is going to be one that I think you can really sit back and enjoy. I'm really looking forward to it. This stream was not planned. I had no plans to do this stream tonight because completely passed me by that this was the week Ryan Garcia was fighting. I have so many dates that I have to try and keep a memory on. I mean, Honestly, I don't know when KSI's fighting. I don't know when Jake Paul's fighting. I don't know when AJ's fighting. But all of those are fights that I do want to look to cover on the channel. And others as well as UFC and obviously what's going on in the pro wrestling world. So my head just kind of drowns in dates. So completely passed me by that it was this weekend. So really thankful for whoever mentioned it on that UFC stream that we did earlier. We've already done a 6-odd hour stream with UFC. And here we are now with a little bit of boxing. As we said, Ryan Garcia against Fortuna. This fight was meant to take place last year, but as we said, Ryan Garcia taking some time away to actually deal with some mental health concerns he had, and that meant that he had to withdraw from this fight last year. So here we are, 12 months later, at the Crypto.com Arena. Crypto.com Arena, not the Staples Center. Not the Staples Center anymore. Staples Center is dead. It's dead. It's gone. Let the dream go. It's no longer that. It's the Crypto.com Arena now. So, actually, Crypto, is it Arena? It might be Center. I don't know. It's Crypto.com something. But yes, I know Staples is like a store that sells like stationery. But I just, like, that has been the name of that place for quite a while. I know it as that. Like, they shouldn't be allowed to change that name. Like, that is the Staples Center. That just is what it is. But, no, they have changed it. Naming rights and all that. And it is the Crypto.com Center, Arena, World. I don't know. Something like that. Big shout out to everyone. Damien saying Spence Crawford in November. Boxing. Who wins? Dude, I mean, what a fight. What a fight. I mean, we're talking about two of the absolute pound-for-pound greats on there. I mean, I'm going to struggle to not go with Crawford, I think. I'm quite a fan of what he brings. But, I mean, God, of all the people to go up against, that is a mouth-watering fight. I mean, add that to the list. I absolutely want to cover that as well. So, and of course, if there's a lot of talk tonight about if Ryan Garcia wins this, then Garcia keeps calling out. I'm sure you've heard it. He wants Tank Davis. So they're targeting, I think, November for that. So we need him to win tonight. Like, we need him to win tonight. Because we need Garcia against Tank Davis. I don't know. I mean, look, Garcia's very confident. He's calling him out. He wants him. And I must admit, I'm quite surprised. I'm quite surprised that he's not just delaying a little bit longer. I mean, Tank Davis looks great. We watched his last fight. He looked great. He looked really, really good. Lovely little one-punch counter knockout in his last fight. So, I don't know, man. I mean, look, Garcia has got all the skills, but he has got massive holes in his defense. Like, Luke Campbell put him down. His mental health, we don't quite know where it is. He's regarded as being quite flat-footed. The way that he distributes his weight looks a little bit front-heavy. And so the result of that is that he puts himself in situations where he can be hit and people can take advantage of that. And he keeps his chin a little bit high as well. Like, there are big flaws with Ryan Garcia's game. I think going up against mid-low level opposition, those flaws aren't going to be exploited. That's why the win over Campbell was very good, but he got put down. And so, maybe if Campbell had been able to capitalize on that or find a few more opportunities like that, then who knows how that fight would have gone. But against someone like Tank Davis, at the moment, I'm leaning Tank Davis on that fight. Ryan Garcia against Tank Davis, all day, every day, twice on a Sunday, winning that fight for me. So that fight, as we said, we watched that last one, that last Tank Davis fight. It was not that long ago, actually. It was just before the Kambosos Haney fight that we did on the channel as well. So we've watched Kambosos Haney. We've done the Tank Davis fight. We didn't get a chance to do the Shakur Stevenson one. I really wanted to do that. But here we are anyway for Garcia. And very much looking forward to seeing him in action. Lee said, no one can say that you don't put the hours in. Who's saying that, Lee? You give me names, Lee. You give me names. Love the commentary. Variation on wrestling, boxing, UFC. I salute you. Lee, appreciate it, my friends. Yeah, I mean, I just think I'm someone that loves combat sports, to be honest. I mean, that's all it comes down to. I know there's a lot of people that might look at, like, the pro wrestling stuff on the channel and be like, it's not for me, and I totally understand that. It's something that I think that you get into probably as a kid. I genuinely don't know any adults that came into pro wrestling and got into it in their older age. And it was really the first thing that kind of got me was pro wrestling. And then obviously you'd watch the big boxing fights on TV for like Frank Bruno or Lennox Lewis. Those were the kind of Prince Nassim. Those were the big fights I was watching when I was younger. And then, and of course Tyson, Mike Tyson. And then you would move on to like UFC. I moved on to UFC in the early 2000s, but I think I probably really got into it around 2010. Probably when Brock came in, that's when my interest like reached a whole different level. And that just happened to kind of coincide with like the emergence of Anderson Silva, which was huge. And then not too long after that, we get Ronda Rousey and the women coming in, which was huge. And then obviously you've got Cormier, John Jones, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, it's Conor, of course. How can I forget Conor? Yeah, I think it's just combat sports, to be honest. I just love sport in general, but combat sports. So, yeah, I didn't want to miss this. So, it's a pleasure to be here with you. Root Beer Float said, I've got a wrestling question. If Jeff Jarrett sticks around on TV... or is he just doing a one-off? Oh, hang on, where did that go? I don't know how long we are away, but I don't know how far we are away. I'm thinking it might be as long as about 3 hours. I'm thinking we might be... There's rumours that the main ring walk might not be till 4 in the UK, which would be 11 Eastern time. I suppose it depends how the fights on the undercard go. But we've still got a fair few of those to go. Because I wasn't planning on doing this, I have not got much in the way of notes. Thankfully, I already know loads about Ryan Garcia. Fortuna, I knew bits, but I've been able to just kind of watch a few kind of videos, his recent fights and everything. Just watched a few bits and bobs as I was setting up the stream. So I feel like we're in a pretty good place when it comes to the main event. I would have liked a bit more time maybe, but hey-ho. A few notes on the co-main, but really beyond that, we're starting to go into a bit of the unknown. So I would imagine this is going to be very main event focused, this stream, which I'm sure that's probably what most people care about anyway. As we said, we are inside the crypto arena. There's a lot of empty seats in there at the moment. It's just the prelims at this stage. I think the actual main card starts in about 15 minutes' time. In about 15 minutes' time is when the main card will begin. Right now, we're still at the prelim stage. David says, Crypto paid $700 million for the naming rights. Wow. That's a lot of money. Still, they should have turned it down. That is the Staples Center, and it should have remained the Staples. Staples should have come in with $800 million to have kept it the Staples Center, or we should have all had a whip around. Root Beer Float said, WWE question, will Jeff stick around as an on-air TV talent, or is being a referee a one-off? No idea. No one knew who it was until last night, so there's no news on it. How edgy will WWE and the Go TV for in? Will it really make a difference? No. So, what I can tell you is that Fightful have put a thing up on their Fightful Select, their Patreon thing, which says basically don't get too excited about the TV 14 thing. There's a general consensus that it's there if they ever need to go to it. but it's not going to drastically change things. Like, if you think it's going to overhaul the company, think again. It's just there when they feel that they need to go that little bit further. I don't actually know. It's not been reported who's requested it. I don't know if this has come from WWE or if this has come from the network. So I don't actually know who has asked for it to go to TV14. I've not seen that reported yet, which would be very interesting. Do the network want them to go that far, or do they want to go that far? Because them moving to TV14 takes pro wrestling back, potentially, to the glory days, like the Attitude Era, Stone Cold Rock, crazy promos, blood, when it was really in the kind of mainstream. I'd say since then, it's slowly drifted away from the mainstream. So for them to potentially be looking at TV14 is very significant. And, listen, even if the intention is to not use it or go that far at the start, who knows how it goes? If they've got that freedom and ratings go banana, then maybe they would look to invest in it a little bit more than what they're planning. But at this stage, I wouldn't get carried away. In regards to Jeff Jarrett, there's no news as to whether this is a one-off thing or if he's going to be a regular now. I would guess at one-off. People making a good point that we're in Tennessee for SummerSlam. And that's Nashville, isn't it? And that's kind of where Jeff Jarrett's kind of affiliated. So it just feels like he's a bit of a local legend. And that's going to be, really for that crowd. So I'm not expecting it to be long-term. Maybe there'll be something that comes out of it. But I reckon if there was, it would just be a short-term thing. I love PG. Well, PG loves you, Shaquem. ESPBC announced that Ryan is going to be a playable character in their game. ESBC, Esports Boxing Club thing. Where is that game? I remember that game being shown off at Christmas, and it looked amazing, and there's been nothing about it since. In fact, let me have a look at it now, because whilst I'm thinking about it, I think is it Esports Boxing Club? Esports Boxing Club release dates. The estimated release date is late 2022. Great, thanks. Late 2022. It's coming out on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. It's got, who doesn't it have? It's just rammed full of massive names. The roster for it is absolutely insane. But it will be available on PC, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X or S. The original trailer was shown in 2020, and there's a lot of excitement around it. They've revealed that Canelo Alvarez is... I don't know if he's going to be on the box or if he's going to be... He appears to be posed as the cover star. So it looks like Canelo Alvarez is going to be on the cover. They've got Eddie Hall in there as well. I wonder if they got a list of the roster. We did look. Oh, here we go. Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Fraser, Rocky Marciano, Joe Louis, Roy Jones Jr., Usyk, Crawford, Amir Khan, Povetkin, Frank Bruno, Ricky Hatton, Eddie Hall, Joe Joyce, George Groves, Johnny Nelson, Josh Warrington. We've got Clarissa Shields, Cyborg, Terry Harper, Natasha Jonas. I don't even know if we've got Katie Taylor in there, to be honest. There's loads, man. Canelo's in there. I mean, it's just a who's who. It's a who's who. I've been waiting for that game for ages. Seems like I've got to wait a bit longer. WWE fan said, do you think we will see a country person like Dolly Parton or Willie Nelson? Imagine Nelson doing the national anthem and then lights a blunt. Well, listen, that's the SummerSlam I want to see. So, I don't know. They don't tend to do the national anthem, do they, at SummerSlam? It's like a WrestleMania thing. I'm trying to think if they... I mean, I'm sure they probably have if we go back through the history of SummerSlam, but to be honest, I don't know. I can't think that they have been doing national anthems at SummerSlams. So they can always do it, and it'd be great if they did. So I'm definitely down for it. Definitely down. They keep improving. They're hell-bent on only putting it out once everything is perfect, says Aesthetic Enigma. I mean, yeah, fair play, but at some point you've got to put it out. Do you know what I mean? I'm kind of like that, or I just want to keep tweaking things, keep tweaking videos. In fact, I'm terrible at that. I've got so many videos that I've started, some that I've even completed that were meant to be part of a series, and then I just keep changing things, and then I have to go back and change all the others. And then, like, before you know it, they never get released, and they never actually get uploaded. Is that what's going to happen? Because by the time everything's perfect, a lot of these fighters, there'll be a new load of fighters, and then they're going to have to work on them. And the game will never come out. At some point, someone's got to draw a line, right? Because I've been waiting 2 years, and I still don't have the game. So, hopefully it comes out later this year. I do want it. I mean, it looks, if you've not seen it, the graphics look insane. Insane. What Street Fighter character do you think would do best in MMA? That's a great question. Probably Blanca, because if anyone gets in close, he'd just use the electricity, wouldn't he? I mean, I've got to think that electricity is, you know, any groundwork up against the cage. Do you know what I mean? Big guy as well, isn't he? I mean, I feel like he could hold his own anyway. Like, just getting him down anyway is going to be a nightmare. Hasn't he got long arms? Because he's like a beast. I think he's got, like, long arms. So I would imagine his jab's quite good. His reach has got to be great. So I think Blanca's reach. He's got the long arms. He's got the electricity. See, the problem with Delsim is he's got the long limbs, but you snatch one of them limbs. Do you know what I mean? Great for single leg takedowns. That big leg comes out. You're grabbing it. Single leg takedown. He's going down. I mean, I feel like Ryu, Ken, they would be pretty good. Certainly with their projectiles and whatever, you know. But I've got to think that electricity is it's a difference maker. It really is a difference maker. Blanca, hands down, says Zachary. Saga is a kickboxer. True, but he doesn't have electricity, does he? I do need to bring you back to the electricity point, because just saying. Would electricity work against your dong? It's a great question. It's a great question. If there's one thing your dong loves, it's being electrified. That is true. That is true. At least that's what the graffiti says. So I don't know, to be honest. You're absolutely right. If anything, your dong could get a kick out of it. Can we get more figure videos, like the biggest and the scariest, says WWE fan. Yeah, that's definitely something that I'm looking at. So, yes. What if boxing was two people being timed to make a box? That would be good. Sub-Zero, says Lee. Greetings, days. Eric, shout out to you. Right, we are just seeing on the prelims this prelim fight coming to an end. Carlazzo has picked up the win in this prelim fight. That should take us over to the main card. So the main card will be beginning soon. Obviously, as we continue to get closer towards Ryan Garcia against Fortuna, we can break that fight down. I'm very, very excited about it. As we said, Fortuna, former world champion. He held the WBA regular super featherweight title between 2015 and 2016. The WBA interim featherweight title from 2012 to 2013. And he even challenged for the IBF lightweight title in 2018. He's got a very, very good boxing record. 37 wins, just 3 losses. 3 losses. What I will say is a couple of those losses have come relatively recently. He lost against Diaz just last year. So that was for the vacant WBC interim lightweight title. He lost against Robert Easter Jr. That was in 2018. And then his other one was back in 2016. So 2016, 2018, 2021, those are when he picked up his losses. He's been fighting since 2009 professionally. So he did go 7 years unbeaten. He's got skills, man. He's got skills. He actually won his last fight, February of this year, by first round KO. First round knockout in the Dominican Republic. So, respect. Dort Knight said, I think electricity has got to be like an eye poke or a low blow. It will be frowned upon. Who do you think will win out of Tank or Haney? I am going to go Haney. After watching him against Kambosos Jr., I was so impressed. He is so calculated, relaxed, composed. He absolutely tore Kambosos apart. He absolutely decapitated it. He just took him apart, picked him off piece by piece. It was an do you know what? I mean, Kambosos, what he did against Teofimo Lopez to win those titles was fantastic. And everyone was really high on him. He then goes back to Australia. I believe, we were at the Marvel Stadium, weren't we, I believe? And watching Haney just use that jab, keep things tight, just literally picking Kambosos apart. It was so impressive. I mean, look, Tank is what he is big, is strong, he moves forward, he's got lovely hand speed, incredible power. There's a lot to like about Tank, but I've got to think that actual boxing skill, that advantage for me is with Devin Haney. Devin Haney is something really, like, there's a lot of special fighters around in that division right now. Haney might be the best. So, we'll find out, won't we? We'll find out. I'm obviously very excited to see how this shakes out. 'Cause it feels like next year is the year. It feels like next year is the year that we're going to start getting some of these dream fights. I mean, you've got Stevenson, you've got Haney, Kambosos Jr. is still in the conversation. Teofimo Lopez, Lomachenko, obviously Garcia in the conversation as well. Like, the fighters that are in this division at the moment, it's like one of the most stacked division in any combat sport. It's absolutely bubbling at the moment. And I just want to see these guys go up against each other. And fair play to Kambosos Jr. and Devin Haney for actually, doing it. Like, they went up against each other. No one was ducking anyone. They put on the big fight in a stadium. There was a winner, there was a loser. Great. That's how it should be. Rather than everyone just avoiding each other, which is the plague. That's the curse of boxing, really. Is you can quite often not get the dream matches that you want. I think that's where UFC does a really good job, because it's all under the one umbrella. They can just put whoever they want against whoever they want, and they do a really good job of getting those dream matches. With boxing, you're really made to wait. But I would say every year you obviously get something. So, we're on the verge, potentially, of getting Garcia against Tank, but Garcia has got to get past Fortuna tonight. He's got to get past Fortuna tonight. It's big. It's a big fight tonight. Tricky little fight, but a big fight. And as we said, he's going to have to try and find a way. Eubank Jr., Ben Jr. says, Miss Clown, I hope you are well. I can choose between the US commentary team or the UK commentary team. I've gone UK because it's the best. Right, main card is starting. We are on DAZN, $7.99 a month. I mean, literally, I'm just subscribed anyway. So, thankfully, this isn't one of them pay-per-view ones. DAZN are doing pay-per-views now, aren't they? We've got Canelo against Triple G 3 coming up as well. That's another fight that we need to do. It's crazy, man. What I need to do is get a calendar, and I need to literally jot everything down onto the calendar. In fact, I'm going to write that down. That is absolutely something that I need to do. I need a wall calendar. Right, we are just seeing the intro here. We're just seeing Garcia. Little video package about him is, as we said, very confident. Look at that. That knockdown against Fonseca. They're just showing that. It's the real deal, man. He is the real deal, but there are holes in that defense. I really want to watch the 1990s Turtle films. Yes. Damien said Tyson Fury gets the winner of... Did you hear what Fury said? Fury said, I want it free. I want it at Wembley. And I want it free on UK television. He wants everyone in the UK to be able to watch it for free. If they agree to those terms, he'll do the fight. That's what he said. He said that if it's in the... whoever wins... He wants Wembley. Actually, I think he said Joshua. I don't know if he said Usyk. I think he said Joshua. If Joshua wins, I want it at Wembley, and I want it free for everyone to be able to tune in. That's sick, innit? That is sick. If that comes off, that would be incredible, because it'll be one of the most watched events ever. And actually, if you think about it, that's more important than money. He doesn't need money. What he needs is everyone watching. He needs people. He needs the world watching. So, gotta say, nothing but respect, man. Nothing but respect for him to come out and say that, because he seemed legit about it. Best Street Fighter character would be Dong with Dalsim's reach, says John. Absolutely. No one's arguing with that. No one's arguing with that. Right, we've gone over to the main card, as we said. We are probably less than 3 hours away from Garcia. They're just previewing Garcia, just looking at some of his previous victories. Garcia, 22-0, undefeated. 18 knockouts in those 22 victories. He is someone that has definitely got the world's attention. He's definitely got social media's attention. He's definitely got Tank Davis's attention. But it's going to be... It's going to be a tough test for him this evening. It's going to be tough. I got asked last Monday why I don't talk to Daze much during the streams. I replied, because Daze doesn't talk to me either, so I just talk to whoever, says William. William, you know as well as I do that it's nothing but love that I feel for you, but also fear, because I have no idea what you're going to say. And I have lost count the number of times that I've started reading your comments and then instantly regretted it, because it's taken me down roads live on a stream that I probably don't want to be going down, to be honest. So it's nothing... I would hate for you to think it's anything personal. I would hate that, because that is not what's happening. It's just that you legitimately terrify me with your comments, and I see myself very much as a damsel in distress. I'm a damsel in distress, and I just have to be very blooming careful with when I'm reading your comments. That's all it is. That's all it is, mate. William says, I let Daze host. This is all my... That's right. You run the chat. I'll look after this stuff. You look after that stuff. Yeah, that's how it works. Thank you very much. Boom. Glad to see the beanie back. Yes. Well, in all fairness, it's early in the UK. So in the UK, it was like 4 o'clock when UFC started. So, I mean, the sun was out, baby. And I was outside in the garden. And to be perfectly truthful, I just never thought about it. Not once did it cross my mind about putting it on. But now we've moved more into the night time. Currently 1:05 in the morning. This is where we are. What did you think about Ortega's shoulder popping out? Yeah, it's pretty wild, dude. Pretty wild. I mean, what I thought about it was unfortunate because it'd been a great night of action. Really fun. And then we get to the main event and his shoulder... Backstreet's back. That's what I'm hoping. I literally, everything just shut down. I was here on my own. It felt very much like reading a William Hensey comment. I just felt very lonely inside, unsure of what to do with myself. Oh, hello. There we go. Boom. Right. So, yes, we are up and running. We are live. This is going to be a sick fight, man. I mean, look, this fight that's coming up is going to be massive, as we said. There's going to be a lot of interest in this. There's a lot of people that are big Ryan Garcia fans, and I'm really much looking forward to seeing what he can do here. Because as we said, even though he's coming in as a minus 1,200 favourite, I think that he is definitely coming in with... problems. He's got holes in his defense, and they are holes that Fortuna can exploit. And Fortuna, who's got the experience that he's got as well, absolutely has got the ability to exploit them as well. So, yeah, there's a heavy favourite. I think I'd be very nervous if I had money riding on Garcia. Certainly if it was a significant amount. I think if you've had a little dabble, then that's fine. But yeah, I can see this being a tricky night. I know I keep saying that, but I really can. I'm still waiting for my invite for the escape pods. It's in the post. Hasib said, would you agree with pundits that Spence Crawford is the biggest fight in boxing right now? If not, what is yours? I mean, I think that Joshua against Fury is the biggest fight in boxing. I almost said ever. And I can't bring myself to say ever. But, I mean, legit, you are talking... If Joshua beats Usyk, not only have you got two massive heavyweights, but they would have all the belts. It would be a unification fight. Tyson Fury transcends the sport. So does Anthony Joshua. They are above Spence Crawford. I mean, skill-wise, Spence Crawford edges it. I'd say that I feel like Tyson Fury deserves his props. Anthony Joshua, I don't think's on that pound-for-pound list. I don't think Tyson Fury is, to be honest, but he's probably more in the conversation. So skill-wise, there's not a competition. If we're talking about what's going to be the better technical fight, Spence Crawford would be. What's going to get more eyes? What's going to be bigger? It would be Joshua Fury. Joshua Fury would get more eyes than Spence Crawford. Fury against AJ says Wrestling Rise. I've got boxing on, but also the athletics, says James. Days Without his beanie is like Jack Duckworth without tape on his glasses. Brits will get it, says Lee. Todd Grisham on commentary, says Hayden. Hayden, shout out to you. Get your drop likes as well, by the way. I mean, to be honest, this is a bit of a chilled stream because this wasn't one that was planned. So it's a bit of a chilled stream, but even so, smash likes. Let's treat it like it is a proper stream. I'm going to act professional, and I think you should as well. So if you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. As there's no action on yet. It's just been a lot of previewing, a lot of chatting as we continue to build towards the main event tonight. And it's going to be a big main event, man. It's going to be a juicy main event. They're just looking at some of the fighters on the co-main. And actually, I think before that, we might even have another couple of fights coming up. Tale of the tape. This is Sandoval against David Jimenez. So, Sandoval against Jimenez. Let's put this in. So, Sandoval versus Jimenez. This one, I can tell you, Sandoval comes in at minus 1,600 favourite on this one. Minus 1,600 favourite. We haven't got the fighters in the ring yet, so it looks like it's going to be ring walks and everything to do. So change this over. So this, I think there's 3 fights to go till we get to the main card. Main event, sorry. This is the main card. Hey Wrestling Days, how you doing? I'm doing good. Appreciate the support. Hope you are well. Edward, hello, welcome. Harry said, how do you watch this? This is on DAZN. So if you go to DAZN, you do have to subscribe. They might do a free trial type thing, I'm not sure. But it is $7.99, which in all fairness, for a fight of this magnitude, I mean, I don't know what it is in America. I'm saying it's $7.99 because that's how much it is to subscribe here. But it could be more than that in America. I don't know. But here it's $7.99. No complaints with that for a fight of this magnitude. Ryan Garcia absolutely could go on to be a pound-for-pound great. He's got that ability. He's got it definitely offensively. He's got that ability. Defensively, I've got a few question marks around him. But and you know, I don't know how much we're going to see those questions get asked today. I mean, I do feel that Fortuna has got a lot of skill. I do feel like he's got the ability to ask some of the questions. It's just will he be able to do that? We'll find out. I've subscribed to DAZN so I can watch the boxing, says Hayden. Or watch it on Watch Wrestling, says James. Oh. I didn't even know they were showing this, to be honest. But there we go. William, shout out to you. We've had nearly 300 votes in the chat as well. Nearly 300 votes. So get your thoughts in. I'd love for that to get right up there. It does always feel like as soon as we get to like that kind of 300 mark, that's already a pretty good sample size. So, yeah, get your thoughts in. We're only at 98 likes as well, so smash that like button if you haven't already. We need to be getting that to triple digits. Come on. Garcia, 83%. So 83% of you have gone with Garcia for our main event. That's over 300 votes now. 17% with Fortuna. So that's where we are. I mean, I knew that Garcia was going to win the poll. What was more interesting to me was what was the percentage going to be, because I genuinely didn't know. But we are around 80-20, which is probably where I would have put it. Might have put it a bit higher than that, actually. But it's in the ballpark. Sandoval has made his way down into the ring. This is a flyweight fight that we've got coming up now. Don't know much about these two. As I said, I was able to find the odds, find a couple of bits on my notes, but not much. I don't have DAZN, says James. Elijah said, sup. Hope you're well. Wrestling Writers said the UK could be 40 degrees next week. It's going to be unknown territory. Next week could be the hottest day ever in the UK. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? Well, I can't say ever, but certainly since records began. So that's it's going to be quite the experience. I want to go out in it, at its hottest. I want to say that I was out in the. In all fairness, next year I'll probably beat it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Like, it's getting hotter and hotter in it, so pretty soon we're going to have to live underground, and in many ways I already do. 40 degrees here in London on Monday. The freezer is going to be my best friend, says Lee. Almighty Nick says, penis is my new favourite Wrestling Days quote. Penis. Still, I didn't know if it was still there, but it's still there. Not my penis, but the... It doesn't matter. Right, we've got the flyweight fights coming up. Joe Martinez is the ring announcer, says Hayden. Facts. That is breaking news from Hayden. That is true. Joe Martinez is the ring announcer. Honcho said, might as well open up a couple of strike packs, says Honcho. Honcho, go for it, buds. Go for it. Honestly, UFC Strike, I'm such a fan. I genuinely like that product. I need to have a look and see, actually, because they might be doing something for UFC London. Elijah says, sup, this is my first stream. How are you? I'm doing good, Elijah. I hope you're well, buds. Shout out to you. Sit back, relax, as we are, well, in all fairness, we've got quite a long way to go. So, not that long. We've got about 2 hours 40, which sounds long, but it'll soon fly. It'll soon go by. But, Elijah, shout out to you, buddy. Hang on, I do have a... Thank you very much. There we go. Pretty soon, everyone in the UK is going to need to invest in an AC unit, or portable AC unit, says Retribution. We are underway with Sandoval against Jimenez. This, as we said, is in the flyweight division. Sandoval is heavy favourite here. 16, actually a bigger favourite than Ryan Garcia in the main event. So he is expected to get the job done here and potentially find a finish as well. Some lovely little jabs there. Left-hand jabs coming in by Sandoval. And again, nice check left. Couple of jabs trying to get in a uppercut as well. Getting really leaning into each other. Really getting into each other's space. Right in the centre of the ring at the moment. We are just seeing nice overhand right there by... a couple of left-hand jabs coming in by Sandoval. Very good. Nice, great head movement as well here by Sandoval. Kind of getting backed up a little bit, but we are seeing some really tidy work. A couple of jabs coming into the body as well. Nice. If these guys end up fighting each other in this division and they put all the politics aside, we are in for a hell of a treat. This division is stacked. Haney, the best of the lot. I agree with you. I think Haney is the best of the lot. I don't think I would have necessarily said that before the Kambosos Jr. fight, but having watched him against Kambosos Jr., and as I said earlier, seeing how he absolutely won every round, dismantled him, neutralized him, it was incredible to watch. It was like watching a flipping grandmaster go to work. So Haney is the real deal. I'm really excited about Haney. I'm really excited about him. You guys don't use artificial climate control units? No, we don't have any need. I don't know if you've heard about the weather here in the UK, but it tends to be grey. It can best be described as grey. So, no, we don't need any. Although what I will say is we do get a good, I don't know, hour in the summer. Nah, we get a good month or so. I'd say we probably get a good, bit of July, maybe a bit of June, bit of August, and that's about it. Maybe that's a bit harsh, I don't know, maybe we get a bit longer than that, maybe it's a good couple of months, but by and large, there's never really been a need for AC units here. Because outside of that, it can best be described as grey. Sorry, I'm late. I was changing my room. No worries. Nectar said, what if Lomachenko returns? There's just big questions around Lomachenko, isn't there? Big questions that need to be answered. I mean, what a boxer he is. I mean, technical ability-wise, yes, he absolutely has got the ability to storm the division, but at the age of 34, and considering we just have not seen him for quite a while, I just don't know. I mean, we saw him in December. He's won a unanimous decision. It wasn't the... I don't know. It wasn't the most convincing of performances. I feel like you've probably got to go back... I feel like you've got to go back before the Lopez fight to really see anything from him that makes me think that he's going to be a force again. He's picked up a couple of wins since Lopez. Picked up a win back in June and December. But even that December win now is sneaking up to about 8 months ago. I don't know. I don't know that there's... I don't know that he's going to be able to stop someone like Devin Haney anymore. It'd be great, though. I mean, what a fight. So many different combinations that you can do there. Right, we are underway with the second round. I will admit I'm only giving this kind of a bit of a side glance. Doesn't have much of my attention. I'd rather chat with you guys. And see what you want to talk about. James said, did you see that Ireland beat the All Blacks? No, didn't. I don't even know what that's in. Is that in rugby? If it doesn't have England in it, did it even happen? That's my question. If England don't take part in it, was it even a thing? Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas are called the 4 states. Okay. I don't know. Again, that's one of those comments that I read and I just think, what do I do with that? What do I do with that? And of course it's William Hensey. I mean, that one wasn't even perverted, but... it was in rugby. Goat said it's a little bit off topic, but yeah, and Ortega rematch. I would rather see Rodriguez Emmett for interim. Volk is injured. To be honest, I don't mind the rematch. Because I was saying just before the lag got us, he had his arm in. He was defending an arm bar. And because he was holding on and Rodriguez was pulling down with such force, he pulled the arm out of the socket. Ortega was in the fight. Like, yes, he had taken a few shots and he was losing the first round, but it was still only the first round. And he was still well in the fight, defending everything. And it's just one of those incidents where, yes, Rodriguez has beaten him. There's no arguing about that. But equally, it's also a little bit of a fluke situation. It's not. I don't know that you can look at Rodriguez and say Rodriguez is the better fighter, and that's what it comes down to. Who is the better fighter? Who deserves to take that step forwards? And I do think with the way that this fight went, I have no problem with them running it back. I think it will be really interesting. Actually, it's got a bit of a story to it as well, whereby they fought. That incident has happened. Now we get the rematch. I would be down for seeing that get played back. I completely agree that Emmett's in the conversation as well, but honestly, I was quite hyped for this main event, and I just don't feel like I got it. I don't feel like I got it tonight. It kind of let the show down on a real downer, if you know what I mean. There was so much excitement around UFC, certainly after watching the earlier fights earlier, because the card was great, man. There was some really great fights. The Schnell fight was absolutely brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. That was so much fun that I mean, if you didn't see it, you really missed out. Really missed out. And I just think by the time we got to the main event, it was like, yeah, this is gonna be good. And then it ends in the first round. Right, we are up to round number 3 in this one. As we said, it is expected that Sandoval will get a finish. Ireland are going to win the Rugby World Cup next year, says Mouldy. It's not fair to me that Rodriguez will have to sit out for Ortega. Ortega might need surgery. Well, in all fairness, it really depends how that goes. If it's a case that that's the next fight and it can be done and it's logical and they can have training camps and all of that kind of stuff, I've got no problem with it. If it's a case that Rodriguez is going to have to sit around and wait for Ortega, then yes, I'm in agreement. Why are we doing that? Why are we holding up the division? Just let things, if he's got to go off and get surgery, let him go off and then come back in and reinsert himself with whatever, wherever, whenever he's ready. Like, you can't hold it up because he needs surgery. He's going to be out for X amount of time. So I do disagree with that. But all things being like fine, and what's the next fight going to be? I don't mind the rematch. Sandoval coming in with a couple of jabs to the body. Nice shot coming in there by Jimenez as Sandoval coming forward again. Just really jabbing to the body. Nice head movement, though, by Jimenez. Sandoval looking to try and find a way through, but Jimenez doing an all right job here. Decent job. Oof. Got caught with a hook shot there, though. Beautiful left hook shot by Sandoval. Into the clinch, and the referee coming in, separating them up, and they're getting back to work. This can go 12 rounds. It is a lot of output. You do get that from the flyweights, though. England beat Australia 21-17. They won the series 2-1. Oh, did he hit him after the bell then? Sandoval just threw a hook shot and, I don't know, looked a little bit close. That's the end of the third. Boom. I'm going to get kicked out of the USA now, says William. It's about time. Neither does what the British call cigarettes. Neither does what the British call cigarettes. I live with Pharrell Williams, Missy Elliott, Timberland, Pusha T. Very cool. Tell him I say hello. Goat said, never forget I fought your channel. Found your channel against Katie Serrano. Oh my god, man. That's my favourite fight of the year. My favourite fight of the year is Katie Taylor against Serrano. That's my favourite fight of the year. My favourite show of the year is UFC London. Just absolutely fantastic. In fact, Katie Taylor is meant to be fighting at Croke Park again. I don't know if it's going to be this year, but there's rumours that it could be against Holly Holm or Cyborg. So they're looking at that. Obviously, it's not going to be against Serrano. She's fighting on the undercard of Jake Paul. So she's already got her next opponent lined up. And apparently, they did try to get her to go over to Ireland, but she asked for some stupid amount of money. Like, stupid. I don't think they disclosed how much she asked for. But it was like more than double what she earned in the last fight. Like, well over that. And Eddie Hearn was like, it's not workable. And he said, I think they did that because she doesn't want to come over to Ireland, basically. She knows that if she's got to go over to Ireland, she better get a hell of a payday because, man, if it was hard enough trying to beat Katie Taylor in Madison Square Garden, imagine trying to do it in front of 80,000, 70,000 Irish supporters at Croke Park. So, God, I mean, that atmosphere. You want to talk about an atmosphere? Imagine 70-odd thousand Irish fans in Croke Park for a Katie Taylor fight. Be off the charts, man. I hope whatever she gets next is going to be... Because I don't think anything's been announced yet. But I hope it's there. And I hope that it's going to be against someone good. Now, I'd love for it to be Holly Holm. Because Holly Holm has got like a boxing background. I don't know that Cyborg does. But Holly Holm does. So she feels like... I don't know that she's a test for Katie Taylor. But she's definitely... She's at least got experience. I would fancy Katie Taylor to win that quite handsomely, though. Garcia fights in about 2.5 hours, says Rivi. Yeah, we have got a bit of a long road, but the main show has started. This is the first fight, so we are underway with a couple of flyweights. Then I think we've got another couple of fights after this. We'll start really paying attention once we get to the co-main, which might be in a little bit, about an hour or so. But I'm just quite happy chatting away, really. And talking about boxing, talking about UFC, going wherever. Can you put the round timer on so that I can sync up? Yeah, I can just tell you, we are 7... Oh, it's gone. It's gone. I mean, I'll tell you when we're about to get going with round 5. Round 5 coming up, but we are in between rounds at the moment. We are in between rounds. I saw a report that we could make a move for Brentford's Ivan Toney. He did all right with Brentford. I mean, he's a decent player, but I don't know that fills me with too much excitement, to be honest. August 27th, KSI against Alex Wasabi. So there we go, the fight that everyone's asking about. KSI taking on Alex Wasabi. I have no idea who Alex Wasabi is. Straight up, not a clue. I do know who KSI is. I would like to see Holly Holm retire after her last performance, says Goats. Yeah, I mean, we saw Miesha Tate lose earlier as well. It kind of feels like a lot of those legends, those goats, are pretty much done. I mean, I did wonder if Miesha Tate might take her gloves off when she lost earlier in the octagon, in the ring. She didn't. But did wonder if she might. If I'm honest, as a boxer, I don't see Katie Taylor losing. Even I think she'll go down as the greatest female boxer ever. What about you? I mean, she's in the conversation for greatest female boxer ever. But, I mean, you've got some great talents that are out there. I mean, we're going to be seeing Marshall against Shields, aren't we? That's coming later on in the year. Boxing wise, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else there is for her to actually realistically face. But I mean, yeah, she'll go down as. I would go as far as to say she'll go down as one of them. I love her, man. I absolutely love her. Can't wait. I was even looking. She's selling signed pictures, like poster things about that big. Selling signed ones on a website. $70. I was sort of like, that would look kind of smart on the wall. Do you know what I mean? And I respect her so much that if you're going to have a man cave, which I do want to have in the future, I don't have one right now. I have kind of a little one, but I think I'd quite fancy that on the wall. Has anyone got any good man cave items, actually? That's a good question. Have you got any good man cave items? You know, like signed gloves or signed things that you've got on the wall or things that just look cool on display that when your mates come round they go, that's nice. I did see... oh, God, where did I see it? I did see, and it might have been Amazon? Was it Amazon? I just stumbled across a signed Anthony Joshua glove and a signed Mike Tyson glove, and it might have been on Amazon. Might have to double check that. I definitely haven't made it up. I might have made up that it was on Amazon. But, yeah, it was kind of in like a presentation thing. Signed Mike Tyson. Let's have a look. Signed Mike Tyson. There is a signed glove. glove. No, I mean, there's quite a few signed things, actually. No. I saw one that was about 200. Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, on Amazon. Exclusive Tyson Fury signed red boxing glove. 250. 250. Who's it through, though? I don't know who's selling it. If it's just sold by exclusive. Who are you? Exclusive memorabilia. Don't know. Exclusive memorabilia. They're the ones that are selling this item. 250 for a signed Tyson Fury boxing glove. Not a glove that he will have wore, but I don't know. It's even got a picture of him signing it, or signing a glove. But I actually don't think that was the one that I saw, but it's very, very similar. I saw one that was Mike Tyson, and I saw one for Anthony Joshua as well. Perhaps it was sold through those guys on here, but it was around that £200. And I was sort of like, I expected it to be more. For someone like Mike Tyson, I was expecting 500. So I suppose, you never quite know, do you? You never quite know. Shields Marshall, who have you got? Looking forward to that one. Well, I mean, I was watching the press conference, and obviously both women are very confident. I feel like it's going to be Shields. But Marshall says that she is feeling really confident because she's spotted holes in Shields' game. She wouldn't reveal what they were. But she was like, I know how to beat this girl, and I'm going to beat this girl. And she seemed really confident about it, but I don't know. I feel like it's Shields to lose. But it's a great challenge, great fight. Another one that I want to try and cover. When's that one? Do you know what? This stream has just resulted in more flipping questions than answers. Marshall against Shields. Marshall against Shields. 27th of May. They signed terms for an undisputed middleweight clash. Early September in either Newcastle or London. Marshall and Shields have signed to fight each other in early September. WBA, WBC, and IBF middleweight champion Shields has threatened to walk away after arm surgery. For WBA title holder, Marshall saw it pushing back the planned date from July to September, but pen has now been put to paper. So, there we go. Early September. It's meant to be in July. It's moved to early September. That'll be good, man. That'll be good. Tyson Fury's official online store sell them. They're legit. Do you know what? Places I've never been to. Number one, the official Tyson Fury store. I've never actually been on his store. He's the kind of guy that I could see selling them and selling them for like a fair price. I don't think he's trying to like rip off the fans or anything. Merchandise, mini gloves, memorabilia, signed championship belts, signed gloves. Let's have a look. I'll go signed gloves. Yeah, 200 on his, perhaps that's why they're only selling him 200, because you can buy them from his thing for 200. Tyson Fury, signed red Everlast glove, 200. Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua, dual signed glove, 450. 450, you get both signed on those. They've got a few that are commemorative from some of the Wilder fights. Got a nice Union Jack 1 that says that's signed by him on there. They're pretty class, actually. That's pretty nice. Oh my god. Oh, Tyson Fury and Mike Tyson. Signed boxing glove, 500. I don't think you can really argue at that. Well, you could, but I don't think that's that bad. Legit, from the Tyson Fury website, both of those have signed a boxing glove. Imagine that, and friends come round and you're like, have you seen this? And it's like a proper signed glove by both of those. Signed shorts, signed speedball, signed robes, signed photos, framed memorabilia, soft toys. What are the soft toys? Just gloves. Boxing gloves. I did see him with a soft toy, actually, of himself. I wondered if that was going to be what was about to be revealed. He's got a lot, actually, hasn't he? There is a kids' range. Clothing, clearance, hats, fight programs. I want to look at the signed pictures. How much is he selling them for? Signed pictures vary, to be honest. You can get one as low as like £60. Some kind of like mental health thing. But 16 by 12 pictures, about £80. It's not bad. It's not bad. I've never been on there before. That's good range, actually. I did go, as I said, I did pop onto the Katie Taylor one, though. She was selling a signed picture for like 70. Edward said, I've got a signed Steven Gerrard Liverpool picture. I've also got a signed Anthony Joshua hat that he wears at the press conferences. Retribution said, those prices are good. Yeah, I don't mind those prices. I don't mind those prices at all. As I said, I was really impressed with the one I saw on Amazon for 200. Because, I don't know, in my mind, you know how expensive everything is. I just thought, it's going to be more than that. So I was really surprised, but I didn't realise he was selling them for 200. Prices aren't good. Awesome Legend Killer. Right, we are in round number 7 here in this this fight. Certainly, referee just giving a warning here because of these two kind of clinching up. We're 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32 seconds away from the end. 30. Nice jab there by Jimenez. We've got Sandoval backing up. Jimenez coming forward. Nice head movement. Ducking underneath shot there by Sandoval. Laying in some heavy shots as Sandoval moves forwards. Big dig to the body there. Nice. Heavy shots again. Love the great head movement by Sandoval. Just really getting out of the way of some of these shots, the hook shots that are coming in. And that's the end of round number 7. We're going to round 8. Of course, we are in LA. Los Angeles at the former Staples Center. My boxing gym has got a Marciano signed glove, which is sick. That is sick. That is sick. How much how much are they, do you reckon? Can you even buy them now? Rocky Marciano signed. You can get a signed postcard for 1,800. Rocky Marciano. Just a little scrap of paper. It's 500 for Rocky Marciano. There's no, I mean, they're just the no gloves on here. So I don't know. I couldn't even tell you. I'd have to be thinking. A couple of thousand. Because I'm just having a look. I can see signed pictures, and as I said, those things are going for about just over a grand. I mean, there's a signed postcard that's 1,800. That's a postcard. It's got a picture of him on as well, though. I suppose in a way that looks nice on display, but Yeah, that's crazy. That's really cool. Talking about sign things, I've got Mike Tyson to sign my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu mouthguard, even though he doesn't do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. My mom won't let it go. What do you mean? In my mind, she's like clutching onto... In my mind, she's like... She refuses to let it go. But 147. That's nice, though. It's nice. It's a bit confusing as well, but it's nice. It's one of them, innit? I mean, if you bump into Mike Tyson, you're going to get him to sign whatever you can. William Hensey, PG. I like that, says Rivy. Yeah, he's just trying to get a more positive message out there. That he's embracing the PG life. Nice hook shot there by Sandoval. Jimenez grabbing a hold of Sandoval. Big body shot coming in by Sandoval. So we've got a minute left in round number 8 into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them. We're probably getting close to about 2 hours to go till we get to Ryan Garcia. We've already near enough, about 12 minutes away from the first hour being done on this main card. Nice shot coming in there by Jimenez. Sandoval closing down as Jimenez is dancing around. Nice shot to the body there by Sandoval. Nice head movement there by Jimenez. Sandoval sensing a finish. He's really throwing hard. Referee separating them. We're down to 15 seconds. His arms are getting tied up. Uppercut coming in there by Sandoval. Referee separating them again. Sandoval again looking for a body shot, and Jimenez was just trying to do whatever he could to just survive the end of that round. Survive it he does. Fortuna has arrived. We're just seeing Fortuna backstage. Big opportunity for him. Huge opportunity. This would be such a boost to his career if he could get a victory here, get a win over Ryan Garcia. And there is Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia has arrived as well. Ryan Garcia backstage at Crypto.com. Arena. He goes into his locker room. So Ryan Garcia is here. Fortuna is here. Main event in around about 2 hours, 10 minutes. In all fairness, we've almost done an hour and a half on this stream. So another hour and a half and we won't be too far away from it. Miss Khan said, I've got some signed merch here for you, dudes. Yeah, but you refused to send it to my P.O. box. What am I meant to do? What am I meant to do, Miss Clown? You keep saying, oh, I've got some stuff. And I'm like, oh, send it to my P.O. box. And you're like, oh, I don't want to. Jeez. Boxing, baby. It's not what it looked like. PG Life, says William. William, shout out to you. I call my signature notebook my dong. Sure. Right, we are underway with round number 9. Round number 9 on this one. A flyweight fight, as we said. Sandoval, a heavy favourite coming into this. Nice shot to the body there by Jimenez. Jimenez trying to... He's definitely picked up a few rounds. Oof. Damn, man. That was straight down the middle. This has not been one-way traffic at all. Sandoval moving forward, looking to dig into the body. Nice shot to the side of the head there by Jimenez. Sandoval, lovely left-hand jab right to the body as well. He's got Jimenez driven back against the ropes. Hook shot coming in here by Sandoval. Nice little jab coming in. So I can see there's people that are coming in and joining us all the time. And that main event, as we said, it's going to be a little bit off, about 2 hours, 8 minutes now. Ryan Garcia coming in as a minus 1,200 favourite. Fortuna coming in at plus 750. Ryan Garcia, 22 wins, no losses, 18 knockouts. Fortuna, 37 wins, 3 losses, 1 draw. He's got, I think it's about 26 knockouts. I mean, it's a great record. He's only lost 3 times. And amateur-wise, he had over 200 amateur fights. Really impressive stuff from Fortuna. Very impressive. Ryan Garcia is going to look to bring an early storm, but I do also think he's going to be respectful. I hope he's respectful, because Fortuna is a great fighter. But he'll look to bring an early storm. He is very confident. He's going to be the bigger fighter as well, Ryan Garcia. So he definitely can use that size to his advantage. He's got a great counter left hook. He's got power in both hands. He's got incredible hand speed. Really, really good. He gets compared a lot to Oscar De La Hoya. He's got a good counter punching ability. He does have flaws. He was dropped against Campbell. Keeps his chin high. There's questions around his footwork. In fact, I was listening to them before we went live, and they were talking about, will his flat-footedness be a problem? And they were saying that he's just not very good at, staying on his toes. He does get flat-footed at times. And that is something that they really need to sort out for when he goes up against that next level in boxing. So he can be a little bit flat-footed. He does make defensive mistakes, but he mixes the head and body really well. We saw him get that finish against Campbell to the body. Obviously, we've seen him get beautiful knockout finishes as well. And he might be... There's a few other things to be concerned about. He might be looking past Fortuna. Obviously, he's been talking a lot about Tank Davis. He really wants Tank Davis. He says he wants that to be the next fight. Oscar De La Hoya has said that if he gets past this, the next fight they're going to try and make is going to be against Tank Davis. It's the fight everyone wants. I do worry if it's a little bit too soon, but it's the fight everyone wants to see. But I hope we get it. I mean, it's not my problem if it's too soon. Ryan Garcia's got a massive following. He's got massive confidence. He wants the big fights. I've got nothing but respect for that, but I don't know. It's a real gamble, man. Again, to go up against someone like Tank Davis, but listen, if he really believes in himself the way that he appears to, it makes sense that he would want that fight to show the world that he is the real deal. I just got a few concerns about him defensively, as we've just spoken about. I think he needs to win this. Maybe have another good tune-up fight, and then maybe you could do Tank Davis next year. In fact, as I've said, 2023 I think is going to be absolutely huge for boxing. I think 2023 is going to be massive, certainly in this division. I just think that all these people are bubbling up to the top now, and I just don't know how long they're going to be able to avoid each other. Not that I think they specifically are, but I just don't know. They're going to be forced into fighting each other if they're going to want to win belts and titles. Devin Haney has got a massive target on his back, hasn't he? So, Devin Haney can't really be avoiding anyone. It's going to force fantastic fights. There's so many great fights out there for Devin Haney. So many great fights. So 2023 is looking like it's going to be a big, big year in this division. I, as a result, really want Garcia to get this done. I do think it would be interesting if he struggled. I do think it would be interesting if he just, got found out, fell a bit short. But equally, it would derail a real prospect and maybe deny us some big, juicy fights that are coming up. So I've got Garcia winning it late. I think Fortuna is going to be a hell of a problem for him. But I've got him winning late, and I really hope he wins as well. I am right behind Garcia here because I want those big fights. I want those big dream fights that we're all thinking about. How long until the fights? We're probably looking about 2 hours. Garcia needs to fight the top guys. He does, but it's a gamble as well. I mean, he's only 23. And really, when he's coming up against, like, big world-class opposition like Luke Campbell, you know, he got knocked down. And, I mean, that is just fantastic for the other fighters in the division. They will have seen that knockdown, and they would have been absolutely licking their lips. Because if Campbell can find a way through, then you got to think that someone like Tank Davis, if Tank Davis finds a way through, the fight's over. I'm sure of it. The fight's over. I mean, you are right. He does need to be fighting top-level fighters. But I still think there's too many holes in his defense. It doesn't feel like he's the complete article to me. And listen, maybe he shows that tonight. Maybe he's going to look fantastic tonight. Perhaps he's going to absolutely take Fortuna apart. If he takes Fortuna apart tonight and looks fantastic, then maybe we can say, yep, he's ready. Let's do it. But I don't know. That's just not quite what I've been seeing from him. So I've got a few concerns, and I don't want the hype train to get derailed. To be honest, I really like him. And I think as well, for someone that's got the platform that he's got to like talk so openly about like mental health struggles, there's a lot of respect that people have got for Tyson Fury for doing that. Tyson Fury obviously famously struggled with mental health and stepped away from boxing, and you know he's spoken a lot about considering suicide, and you know he really got into some really dark places. And managed to pick himself up, come back, and get into those fights against Wilder, and incredible fights that will kind of go down as some of the most iconic of this generation. So for him to do that, and that come back to be the success it was, he's actually doing like a motivational speech tour now, I believe, where you pay money, go and see him, and I think there's even a chance you can like meet him. They're probably special tickets. Probably like meet and greet tickets to meet him after. I'd imagine if you go along, most people probably just go to the show. And then there's probably like some special expensive meet and greet ones. But he was saying that on those shows he wants to talk about, helping people, really. Seems to be like quite a calling of his. And fair play to Garcia. I mean, Garcia didn't just disappear and like hide his struggles. He was very open about it, and you never know who that might have helped, because he's got a lot of followers. He's got a lot of people that follow him, look up to him. He's got like I think over 1 million YouTube subscribers, 17 million on Instagram or something. I mean, his social media numbers are crazy. But I mean, if you've got the skills that he's got, you deserve that many followers. I mean, he is undeniably one of the best boxers in the world. And hopefully he shows that tonight. But I don't think that he will. Let's have a look. I want to read that comment. I don't think... knockdown, wow. Sandoval goes down in the 11th. They're saying that could be crucial in this fight, because it has been a close little fight, this. Sandoval going down. What was the odds on Jimenez? Jimenez was plus 900 here. Yeah, he's really annoyed with himself in quite a close little encounter. That could make a big difference. There we go, knocked down his corner, having a right go. We got a big final round here, actually. We need to have a look at this. I want to have a look at that comment, though. Elijah said, I don't think that he will get through him easily. I think he's going to struggle against Fortuna. I could see him losing tonight. Listen. I don't know. I don't know if he's going to lose. I think he's a very skillful fighter that's shown that he's durable. I mean, for him to get knocked down and come back against Campbell, I think was Maliarji was saying that that's something he really wanted to see, was that durability, that heart, that ability to bounce back. I think he's in for a challenge. I don't know if he's going to lose tonight though. I don't know if I can quite go that far. We'll have to see. I mean, it really depends how the fight goes. Fortuna is, if he can get into a rhythm and he can find some success and get a bit of confidence and get himself going and really find his rhythm and get into a groove, yes, this could be a problem. This could be a problem. But I just think Ryan Garcia, he is very good. He has got a lot of skills. He has got a lot of defensive holes, but I think that he should be able to dig deep and get past this. But I think once we're talking about Tank Davis, people like that, I've got Tank Davis winning that fight. Tank Davis beating Garcia. In fact, I don't even know who I would say. I think Garcia against Kambosos could be really interesting. Garcia against Kambosos. I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that. Who wins that? I don't know. Garcia against Haney. Garcia against... Garcia against... Well, I suppose Garcia against Lomachenko would be interesting because we don't quite know where he is. Garcia against Lopez. Don't really know where Lopez is at the moment, but that'd be a good fight. There's a few good fights out there for him, but I think Tank and Haney, I feel pretty good, would both beat him. Kambosos, I'd be really interested in seeing that fight. Shots coming into the body by Jimenez. We've got a minute left of this fight. Sandoval throwing in some heavy shots. These two have worked so hard, man. So hard. 36 minutes, and they have just been in there throwing. Throwing. They've gone at such a pace. Two of them breaking apart. Both of them won. It's going to be really interesting to see which way this goes on the judges' scorecards. At the moment, it is round 12 that we're on. 20 odd seconds left to go. We've got Sandoval backing up a little bit into a clinch. Referee coming in, separating them. We've got 10 seconds left to go in this round. Sandoval with a lovely hook shot. Moves out of the way of the counter. Uppercut coming in there by Jimenez. Both guys in the center as the bell sounds. And two of them embrace. Very respectful of each other's skills, and it's quite a fun little fight that was playing out in the background whilst we were talking about signed merch and the main event and whatnot. Commentator saying it was a brilliant fight. Definitely Jimenez thinks that he's done enough. Sandoval with a big smile on his face as well. We're about to find out which way this has gone. Edwards said, mark it in your book. Leon Edwards is going to knock out Usman, mark my words. Heavy shots here. In his last fight, he struggled, won by decision. He couldn't finish the match. If he fights like he did last time, he'll get knocked out in the final rounds or lose by decision, says Elijah. We've had over 500 votes, which is pretty impressive, all things considered. So 500 votes. I can tell you it has now moved to 80-20. 80-20. That's where we are right now. 80% of you have gone with Garcia. 20% of you have gone with Fortuna. So Fortuna's getting quite a healthy amount of support here. So 80-20 is where we are with our poll. We are working our way towards the main event. I think we've got 2 more fights to go until we get to it. They're just showing total punches. Sandoval 249 landed. Jimenez 163. Sandoval 712 thrown. Jimenez 599. So Sandoval managed to land 40 punches more. 80 punches more even. So yeah, it was numbers certainly seem to be with Sandoval. Don't expect him to have taken every round, but he might have took the win. Was that knockdown, though? Was that knockdown? Right, we are just waiting for the decision. Here we go. $114, $112. Close. 114, 112. 113. Majority decision. Jimenez has won it. Jimenez has won it. Jimenez has won it. Wow, the underdog. The underdog plus 900. He's in absolute tears. He can't believe it. He drops down to his knees. One judge gave it a draw. The other 2 judges gave it him by a couple of rounds. That knockdown did prove to be very significant. So he has earned himself a shot at the world title. Jimenez has done it. It was good, man. So close. Sandoval looked absolutely gutted. Looked absolutely devastated. If Fortuna channels his inner Max Holloway, gets his rhythm going, he'll win. But Garcia's no joke. It might not be the best time to make a Max comparison, but you get the point. Got the point. Ollie said, I really don't like Garcia. I'm hoping for Fortuna KO. Well, I mean, I feel like Garcia's made his money. I mean, he's made millions from social media alone. So I sort of feel like if you're not a fan of him, would it not be better for him to win and then at least we still get like a big match? Because if he loses here, I just don't know where he goes. I don't know what happens. If he loses here, what happens with the tank fight? I genuinely don't know. Will they want to do it anyway? Will it have as much appeal? I mean, I'm sure they can talk it up. I'm sure he can explain it as being, a bad day at the office or whatever, but it's definitely going to hurt that. I think I would rather him win and then have Tank Davis destroy him. Which is what I think would probably happen, to be honest. If he falls here, it feels like he's falling at the final hurdle before the massive fights that are literally just round the corner. But saying that, if you hate him, then I can understand you not want him to be a part of those big fights. So I hope he wins. I don't mind him. I'm not. I haven't got any issue with him. But I just want to get those big fights. I think it's what boxing needs as well. Jimenez won nothing with Wolves, but did win in boxing. OMG, GG, I bet 100 on Jimenez, and I won 900. Let's go. Big win for you there. Well done. Very well done. 2 fights to go before we get to Ryan Garcia against Fortuna. We got super featherweight fight coming up. It's going to be Roach against Rodriguez. Roach coming in at minus 900. Rodriguez at plus 600. Don't have loads of information on this next fight because, as we said, little bit lastminute.com on this stream, but we're here for it. We're doing the grind. We're doing the work. Feel free to share any knowledge that you've got. Right, we've got... is this an advert for DAZN? The DAZN boxing show. Elijah says, have you seen that new boxing video game, ESBC Boxing? Funny you should mention that, yes. We spoke about it earlier, actually. We're not here for that. We spoke about it earlier where we were talking about the esports boxing club. I was talking about when it's out. It's out, apparently, at the end of this year. It's out PS5, PS4, Xbox One, the new Xbox consoles, and it's on PC. We even had a little look at some of the people that are on the roster. Graphics look insane. I mean, it just looks like the ultimate boxing game. It's got like 100 licensed boxers, legends, current fighters, women fighters as well, and it looks fantastic. I mean, it just looks incredible. I've been waiting for it for a long time. Haven't heard anything about it recently, but we did look into it earlier, and apparently it's still scheduled to come out at the end of the year. So, I mean, if I can find... I should be able to. I was going to say, if I can find an image on it, I will try and show you. Sports Boxing Club game. Because for those that might not have seen, the graphics look flipping insane. They're even showing off on Twitter right now the render for Ryan Garcia. Here we go. This is one of the images, and I believe, like sometimes some of them aren't gameplay footage. I think this is gameplay footage. This is what the game would actually look like when you're playing it. I think that looks really good. That's gameplay footage. And obviously the cutscenes are even more impressive than that. But yeah, I mean, that's Wilder and Fury. I mean, I feel like it's been a long time since we had like a really great boxing video game. I mean, like, you remember the Fight Nights? Flipping love them. Love the Fight Night games. I don't know if we've had anything since then. But yeah, that looks great. It looks great. Minty says, Garcia has got a very punchable face. That wasn't meant to be a pun. Ollie said, who have you got? Oliveira or Islam? Oliveira. I think that Islam Makhachev is a fantastic fighter. I think that he's got absolutely the ability to win. I just wonder if it's a bit soon. Like, he has had a fair few fights. He's looked good in his fights. But Oliveira just seems to be in the form of his career. He seems to be a man possessed. Anyone that's got the ability to beat Poirier and Gaethje has got my respect. And I don't know that Islam has got those kinds of wins on his records. So I've got to go with the proven one, and that is absolutely Oliveira. Oliveira has proven himself, shown himself to be, worthy of the hype, worthy of being champion. So I'm going to go with Oliveira. But, I mean, look, there's not much in it. Both have got past the victory. But, and absolutely, Islam can do it. I mean, in his corner, he's got Khabib, who's obviously going to be teaching him everything he knows. And he even said when he retired, it's like, I promised my father that, I had my time and we would get Islam there. And he said, this is the next champion, So he's very focused on getting Islam Makhachev to that belt. And they are going to do everything they need to do to make that a reality. We are talking about one of the biggest fights in MMA. I mean, that got made tonight. Oliveira against Islam Makhachev was announced tonight on UFC Long Island. Lots of excitement around that. So much excitement. And rightfully so. Right, we are just seeing some of the pundits chatting away. We've got Roach against Rodriguez coming up very soon. As we said, we are now probably... I mean, look, that's how quick time goes. We're probably about an hour and 40 minutes away. About an hour and 40 minutes away from Garcia against Fortuna. Bitblob, shout out to you, buds. Says, I play UFC 3 a lot, and I would really like a good boxing game. Minty said, if you want some things about the new boxing game, go to Martial Mind. He's got some good info. He doesn't forget everything if he doesn't forget everything I just said. Go to Martial Mind. I don't know who that is. What is that? Is that a Twitter account? Is it a YouTube channel? Tell the people, what is Martial Mind? Who beat Charles? Has anyone beat Charles? Yeah, Charles did lose early on in his career. Charles wasn't... I mean, he was not... Let me go into his thing. He was not quite putting it all together when he first arrived, and he was also seen as someone that was a little bit of a quitter. That was kind of the reputation that he had, was that he was a little bit of a quitter. He actually lost against Max Holloway in 2015, main event of a fight night. He then lost against Anthony Pettis in 2016. He then lost to Ricardo Lamos in 2016. So, he got TKO against Holloway, 2 submission losses against Pettis and Lamas. He lost to Paul Felder in 2017 at UFC 218, and that was his last loss. He's undefeated since 2017. Yeah, I mean, he was on a really bad run. He was on a run of actually 2 wins, 4 losses, 1 no contest. 2 wins, 4 losses, 1 no contest. He lost to Frankie Edgar. He lost to Club Swanson. He lost to Cowboy. He lost to Jim Miller. His overall record right now is 33 wins and 8 losses. But as I said, since 2017, is undefeated. I mean, he got a win against Clay Guida. He beat Jim Miller again. The Argus, he got a win against. He beat Lentz. He beat Tamor. He beat Gordon. He beat Kevin Lee. Really, in 2020, I think when he beats Tony Ferguson, I feel like that's when he arrived. For me, that's when things went to a different level. Was him getting the victory over Tony Ferguson. Because Tony Ferguson, I think, had just lost to Poirier, was it? Or Gaethje? I remember him losing to someone. It was meant to be taken on Khabib. That fell through. And then I think he might have lost to... Oh, damn, I can't remember. I can't remember if it was Poirier or Gaethje. Oh, Gaethje. I'm sure Gaethje tore him up. I think it was Gaethje. I think Gaethje took his soul, didn't it? It was Gaethje. Gaethje took his soul, deaded him. And, I mean, he's just not been the same since that, Tony Ferguson. I always see Poirier and Gaethje as being quite similar. Both got, incredible striking ability, great heart. I got loads of respect for both of them. Right, we are going to be going to our next fight, Roach against Rodriguez, coming up. This is the co-main event. This is a title contender match as well. So the winner should go on to fight for, I think, the super featherweight title. Gutierrez is the champion. And, one of these could be going on to fight for the title in the future. Is it going to be Roach? Is it going to be Rodriguez? Roach coming in at minus 900s favorite. Rodriguez at plus 600s. Roach is on a 3-fight win streak. Should be the more technical boxer. Should be able to outwork Rodriguez as well. Slightly better conditioning. Rodriguez is an orthodox, and only loss was in 2013. So his record is 20-1, and it's actually been 9 years since he lost. So Roach is also only lost 1. 22-1 is his record. I'm going with Roach on this one. Although, saying that, we just saw a big upset with Jimenez getting the victory in the last fight. That one going the distance. Here comes Roach. So, for the people in the back, Martial Mind is a BJJ blue belt, which also covers UFC games and boxing games. You can find him on YouTube and Twitter. Very cool. William says, I would like to beat up Ali. Fair play. The one that's dead. That one. Fair play. Shakur Stevenson should move up to fight Haney. I mean, I think he could. I think he could. Whether he should is a different conversation. But I think what he might want to do is maybe just scout him a little bit more. If I was Shakur Stevenson, I don't know that I'd be racing for that fight. Certainly after that last performance against Kambosos Jr. I think what I would do is I would just have a little look. I'd get a bit more data on him. I mean, some of the fights that are coming up for Devin Haney now, he can't avoid big fights. So I might just sit back and watch and see how he does. And then, if you find some holes in the game and you think you can exploit it. I mean, maybe he feels he can do that now anyway. But that performance by Haney, I know I keep banging on about it, but it was so impressive. So impressive. So, yeah, Nectar, good question. My answer is yes. I think he should, but only when he feels the time is right. And I don't know if he feels that way yet. Right, we are seeing Roach getting his intro. Roach is ranked 4th in this division by the WBA. Rodriguez is ranked 3rd. So, number 3 against number 4 in the WBA division. Super featherweight division. Devindra, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Ollie said, I'm calling it now. Pena is going to beat Nunes in a similar fashion. I tell you what, we're doing that watch long as well. UFC 277. If you are a fan of UFC, we are here every single week for UFC. In fact, we just did it earlier. And, I need to have a look where we are with the Tapology game. Because we've even got like a Tapology game going where you can actually join our group. And I need to have a look, see if there's anyone else that wants to join. No, we are all up to date. We've got 107 members. 107 members we've got in our Tapology game. If you do play the Tapology game for UFC, some of you might. If you jump over to Tapology and find the Wrestling Days League group, send in your join request and we just accept everyone. Even bad people. I'm not bothered. You could be a horrific bully. Might be a murderer. Everyone's welcome. Right, we are underway with this one. Core Spencer, shout out to you, my friends. Sunny 3606, which I hope that's not your pin number, says, if Garcia wins, I want him and Pitbull. Ollie saying that Pena beats Nunes. Yeah, so just going back to that because it's still on my mind. I don't know. I think that Nunes got into a fist fight. I think that she didn't want to lose face. I think that she was standing and exchanging with Pena and she was losing that battle, and there was several opportunities for her to take that step back, get out of the fire before things deteriorated. She didn't do it. She didn't. It was really, really, really bad ring IQ. It was really bad ring IQ, and I think it was pride. I felt that way at the time, that she was standing in the pocket, exchanging with Pena. Pena was getting through, and she should have stepped out the fire. But I think when you're regarded as the greatest of all time, When people keep calling you the greatest, the GOAT, you don't want to lose face. You know, you're finally being tested. And actually, I'd imagine she just doesn't even feel that tested sometimes. So here she is, in the pocket, fighting fire with fire, and losing. Do you take that step back in that moment? Do you take that step back, get out of there, and actually seem to be retreating? And maybe show everyone that there is a chink in the armour? She didn't do it. She didn't do it, and she ended up getting flipping put away. So I have to think that she's addressed that. I've got to think that if she's in that situation again, she takes that step back. Because she is the better fighter. She's got the better all-round skill. Clearly standing and exchanging in the pocket like that is Pena's, you know, something that Pena has got an advantage with. But, you know, if Nunes can get her against the cage, if she can get her down onto the mat, if she can work kicks or get in some sniping strikes, I feel like she should get the win. I mean, Nunes, I'm sure will go into that rematch. Haven't seen the odds, actually. Still a couple of weeks away till we get to UFC 277. But I would imagine that she comes in as a pretty heavy, pretty firm favourite. And, yeah, I'd be... I mean, look, there's every chance. Pena has already won it once. And there's every chance she wins it again. But I think if Pena wins the rematch, that's going to be as big an upset as when she won the first one, to be honest. Rivi said, I did horrible on Tapology this week, but I did still have fun. I'm hoping that all the 103 people need to play next week. That would be fun. That would be fun. That would be fun. I hope as many people join us next week as possible. Because, yeah, I mean, look, it's good, isn't it? It's good. The Tapology game is a lot of fun. And I agree. Right, we are underway with this, as we said, well underway. A big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Bruno says, how many hours until the fight? I reckon, bud, we're about an hour and a half away. I reckon we're about an hour and a half away, and that is it. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like, smash the like, as we continue to work our way towards the main event. We've been here already for around about 2 hours now, and I reckon we're about an hour and a half away, and we've still got we got this fight underway at the moment. Roach against Rodriguez. That's what's on at the moment. Little fight in the super featherweight division. After this is the co-main, and you know, I mean, everyone's just interested really in the main event. The undercard's all right, but I think people are waiting for Ryan Garcia. I mean, that's the draw, isn't it? It's not really like UFC, where like the whole undercard is quite intriguing and it's got big repercussions for like the future. I suppose this does as well, but I think there's a lot more people that jump into the boxing streams just for the main events, whereas with UFC you tend to get a lot of people that watch those for like the whole cards, or at least in my experience. Love says, is this a pay-per-view? It's on DAZN. So here in the UK, it's just $7.99. You subscribe to DAZN, and $7.99, and you get the fight. So it's not a pay-per-view. I don't know in America though. I can't really comment on that. Roach in gold in the center of the ring seems to be controlling things here with Rodriguez on the outside. Win or lose, Nunes was a beast for a very long time. Far1 says boxing is cool. Boxing is cool. Minty said Nunes knocked out Chris Cyborg in the first minute of the first round, so I've still got Nunes. Bitblob said Makhachev doesn't have any big name wins like Poirier Gaethje, but Islam's performance on the ground and the consistent comparisons of skills between him and Charles by fans made this fight, I think. No, I agree. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. But when it comes to people asking who's going to win, that's why I'm drawn to Oliveira. I know what I'm getting from Oliveira. It's tried, it's tested. I know exactly what to expect. I've seen it being pushed to its limit. You know, I mean, he's been in some dark places, man. He had a rough round, wasn't it? First round against Chandler. And really looked like Chandler was about to put him away. And he managed to come through that. You know, he's been in there with Poirier as well. And Poirier's had him in a bit of difficulty at time. I can't remember if there was much difficulty against Gaethje, to be honest. But he's faced some great opposition. Great opposition. I think it's like Ferguson, Chandler, Gaethje, Poirier. I mean, if he faced Conor, I'd expect him to win that. He wants Conor. He's calling Conor. He wants him. He said, if I get to choose my next opponent, I want Conor. And you know, you've got to know that Conor's going to absolutely love a title shot. So I think he wins that fight. I mean, to be honest, he's sort of cleaning the division out. If he beats Islam... I mean, look, the great thing about the lightweight division in UFC is there's always going to be more people. I mean, it's just stacked. It's very much like the boxing lightweight division. It's stacked. But, I mean, if you've already got rid of Poirier and Gaethje, you've already dealt with a large part of the problem. And then Chandler. And if he gets past Islam, I mean, you know, he's cleared out the best of the best. So, he's tried and tested. Tried and tested. And I just think there's a few question marks around Islam. Not that he's necessarily done anything wrong. It's just... there's levels to this game, isn't there? Oliveira is super tricky. 3-round submission. I reckon Kai Kara France could beat Marino. What do you think? Yeah, I feel like Marino, his last performance against Figueiredo was not good. Not good at all. And I don't know. I don't know what... Their fights have, like, you know, they've gone from being a war and Marino winning, and then that last performance was so off that I don't know if this series of fights maybe has took it out of him. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Perhaps it was just a bad day at the office. But I think the performances that got him to the title fight, the first fight against Figueiredo, which I can't remember if it won Match of the Year in 2020, but it was in the conversation. Those fights are incredible. And then if you look actually at his most recent performance, it's just nowhere near. It's nowhere near that level. Could be a bad day at the office, or do you know what? It could all have caught up with him. And I think if it has caught up with him, going up against someone like Kai Kara France is going to be a big, big problem. So I think it's going to be really interesting. I think it's going to be a really interesting fight. And another one that I'm looking forward to. That's, I believe I'm right in saying, the co-main event of UFC 277. And I think it should be a really, really fun fight, that one. Really fun. Do you know what would be great as well? Is that this will be a real... indicator as to what he's got left. He needs a good showing here because, you know, we've seen him just fall a bit short against Figueiredo in that last outing. If he puts in a hell of a performance here, well, boom, he's back, isn't he? He's back, but what if he loses this? I mean, he won't be out of UFC, but, I mean, it'll be a hell of a fall. You know, losing against Figgy and not looking so good, and then losing... against Kai Kara France, you know, I mean, it doesn't take too many losses to really drop out of contention and drop out of the conversation. I mean, every division pretty much is, you know, got people that are coming through. There's maybe a couple of divisions you'd look at and go, you can afford a couple of losses. Maybe in light heavyweight. In the light heavyweight division, you can afford a couple of losses. You'll be all right. But in a lot of these other divisions, like you lose a couple of fights, you're really starting to look at Tony Ferguson. I mean, in all fairness, he's lost a few more than just a couple, but he has absolutely gone out of the conversation now. Tony Ferguson's just so far away from... I mean, he won't get a title shot, will he? He's done. He's done. And I think he had about, 4 losses in a row, maybe? In fairness, it's not been good. It's not been good for Tony, and he looks done. Roach against Vernon. Welterweight 10 rounds coming up. We've got about an hour and 20 minutes to go. Are you streaming Joshua Usyk 2 in August? So, yes, The only problem is I believe it's the same night as UFC 278. That is Usman and Edwards. So I need to have a look and see how it works. I'm hoping that it's Joshua in the day and it's UFC on the night. That's what I'm hoping. I would imagine it is. I can't imagine that they're going to clash, but we've seen Canelo fights clashing with UFC. Quite often we see Canelo fights clashing with the UFC, so there's a chance that we're going to see that clashing again, but I'm hoping that it doesn't. And yes, I would then be very, very interested. I mean, even if it does, I can't see any way that we're going to avoid it. We will do a UFC and Anthony Joshua type thing where I'm just going to have to do what I can. I mean, I'm one man with two eyes, so I'll do what I can. But yeah, I've got a feeling that they probably are on at just slightly different times, so we should be all right. John said, look at Vettori. He lost a couple of times to Izzy and is still at the top, and he beat Costa. That's a good point. It's a really good point. William Hensey, PG, stay safe, bud, says Rivy. That's nice. A lot of respect in the community. We've got Roach down on one knee at the moment. So Rodriguez was down on one knee and he's back up. So yeah, I think there was a bit of a low blow there, to be honest. Just having a look at a replay here. Yeah, it is. It's a low blow. Yeah, it was low. Low by Rodriguez in the fourth. Rodriguez really letting his hands go. We're just seeing Roach Jr. edging forward. Rodriguez getting backed up against the ropes. Quick hand speed, man. Really impressive hand speeds. Lovely body shots there by Roach Jr. If you are just joining us, we're about 1 hour 20 minutes away. An hour and 20 minutes away. And it wasn't that long ago that I was saying about 2.5 hours to go. And now here we are with about an hour and 20 minutes to go. So if you are just joining us, that's good timing. We've just been chatting away. Ledger Killer says, low blows. Low blows indeed. Trainer Boy Bob says, how many more fights? One more after this. After this, we got the co-main event, which I must admit is not that exciting because it's Roach taking on Vernon, and Vernon, I believe, is a late replacement. Roach is coming in as a minus 3,000 favourite. So not only should he get the win, but he should get a finish, which is actually quite good because it means that that co-main event might not stick around too long. Heavy favourites in that co-main event. And then we will be at the main event, Ryan Garcia against Fortuna. I know we've got a lot of people joining us all the time. We have spoke about the Ryan Garcia fight quite a bit. And as I said, I do expect him to win tonight. I do think it's going to be a challenge. I don't think it's going to be straightforward at all. So we'll have to see how it goes. But I am expecting him to get the victory tonight. How are you feeling today? I'm feeling all right. It's been a long day. We did a 6-hour stream. And so we did that. And now here we are. Doing a potential 4 or 5 hour boxing stream, which is fine, but it was a bit unexpected, to be honest, because I completely forgot that this fight was happening. So ideally I would have been talking about this and had it set up well in advance, but hey ho. Love Hurdle said, I was thinking the other day that Conor should have fought Tony. Yeah, that's a fight that they potentially might look to make. But to be honest, I think Conor is always going to have people that are going to want to fight him because if Conor's fighting, people watch. Doesn't matter that he's, not won in a while. Doesn't really matter that, he's... I can't remember his last win. I mean, we're going back quite a while ago now. But that doesn't matter. I mean, it's not a thing. I mean, I think was his last win Sir Cowboy, maybe early 2020. So, but it doesn't matter. People don't care. I mean, UFC people care, but those casual Conor fans going to support him till the cows come home. So he will always have options. I mean, Oliveira has said if he gets to choose anyone, he'll give him a title shot. Don't matter that he ain't earned it. He wants the red panty night. So, and that's what Conor brings. I mean, Conor against Oliveira brings big buys. UFC will love it. Oliveira wants it. I mean, can you justify it happening? No, not really. But Dana ain't going to care, is he? It's all about the money, and it'd do mad buys. Elijah says, you stream 6 hours, mad respects. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, we do UFC every week, and UFC is long. They do early prelims, main cards, and all of that came in at around the 6 hour mark. And that's pretty standard for us on a Saturday. And then we are here doing the boxing. So, but I mean, look, it's hardly strenuous, is it? So, but Elijah, appreciate the support, my friends. Also, if you are watching, hit that like. We're desperately trying to get a few more likes through the system. It's always good to pick up some likes. And at the moment, we're not even at 200. We did just manage to get 400 and something on the UFC one. So it'd be really good if we could up that a little bit. So if you are watching as we're getting closer to Ryan Garcia against Fortuna. As we said, we are around about an hour and 15 away. And actually, we're seeing some big shots here by Roach Jr. Is really throwing in some big bombs in this 5th round. Rodriguez shaking his head as if to say that's not hurting, that's not getting through. It is. If ever a boxer is dismissing something, it normally means that it is hurting and it is getting through. And some of these big shots here by Roach Jr. looking very impressive indeed. And he is expected to get the win here. He is minus 1,200 favourite. But, yeah, trying to find a way of getting to the body there by Rodriguez. He's kind of composed himself again. He's done a decent job of getting himself back into this. You're seeing Roach moving forward, throwing out that left hand straight. Jabbing away. Nice shot to the body there by Rodriguez. Oh, man. Look at these shots. Damn. So good. Really good by Roach Jr. 1-2 to the head. As Rodriguez goes back to his corner. In fact, getting a bit confused. He went out and started walking to the other corner. So... yeah, all of a sudden he started walking to the center of the ring there. But Oliveira is built different in the striking. Islam doesn't hold a candle to Oliveira in the striking. No. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just seeing some replays of these shots here, and he was wobbling a little bit there, Rodriguez. Had a little bit of a wobble at one stage in that round. Wrestling Days, Wrestling Rise, how are you doing? Oh, I thought you said Wrestling Days, Legend Killer. Do you play 2K22? I just started watching wrestling in 2021, and it's crazy. I don't, to be honest. I mean, what we do is we watch the shows live. So we watch Raw, we watch SmackDown. So if ever you're watching the shows live, join us. I mean, we've got a great community. We've been doing watch-along since 2018. And, I mean, we've been doing all the big pay-per-views and everything. Yeah, it's good, man. It's good. We've even started doing a new post-show. So even if you don't get a chance to watch and join us live, there's even a post-show review that kind of talks about everything that's happened, what it could mean, where it's going. Get kind of instant kind of feedback from the community, what they're thinking. You can get a good idea from Twitter, but Twitter is Twitter. And I kind of like the feedback that our community provides. So we're really starting to look into that and work more on those post shows as well. But we do a lot for wrestling. In fact, the channel's pretty much set up with pro wrestling. But I do love boxing as well. I mean, we're here for boxing. We're here for UFC. If it involves two people competing against each other, we're pretty much here for it. Nice strikes coming in by Roach Jr. I can't watch is a colourful show. I think something 2.0. Oh, yeah. NXT 2.0. It's not on in New Zealand. NXT 2.0 is their developmental, so that's where the kind of future stars are being trained. So it's not the worst if you don't get a chance to watch it, to be honest. It can be quite useful because those are the stars of tomorrow. So that's where, your next John Cena is going to come from. That's where your next Roman Reigns is coming from. They're down in NXT 2.0, so it's their developmental. So it's not the end of the world if you don't get a chance to watch it. As long as you're watching Raw and SmackDown, you're covered. But NXT would be the third show. But that's interesting. We've got someone in New Zealand, Hayden. I would imagine he knows where it is. I don't know if he's around. Don't think he is. He's normally quite visible. He's gone full-on John Cena here. Ernest says, don't worry, Dace, you always put a wrestling rise in my wrestling day. I got Oliveira. I think Oliveira's jiu-jitsu triumphs Islam's wrestling because of the reversals and level changes. I am expecting a lot of surviving and exchanging of positions on the mats. Yeah, I mean, this ain't going to be easy for either guy. But I completely agree. Whilst it stays on the feet, it's advantage Oliveira. Even when it goes down to the mat, I mean, look, if Islam's taken down Oliveira, Oliveira's in trouble. Even if Oliveira gets Islam down, there's a threat. But I agree. I think there's going to be a lot of scrambles, reversals. I think it's going to be really fascinating stuff. Really fascinating stuff. And that's what makes the match, innit? That's what makes the match. I don't see it standing all that much because Islam knows he needs to get this thing down. So he's going to do everything he can to get it down. And Oliveira, if he can, needs to try and keep it standing. And maybe that plays into his game plan, keep a good distance, try and get in a few sniping strikes, not present any openings, see where you go, see how it goes. We are up to round 7 in our Coco main event. One more fight after this, and then we get to the main event. These two could be going the distance, but Roach Jr. looking very good. When is the Roach fight going to start? This one's begun, but... the Roach Jr. fight has begun. We're in round 7. At the moment, the unofficial scorecards have got him up by 2. He's doing well. But Rodriguez has definitely held his own at times. But right now he's up by a couple. Sonny, hello. Shout out to you. Elijah says, Roman, Rock, Usos grew up in my town in Samoa. I watched it because everyone watched it. Okay, we are still underway with this one. Round number 7, as we said. Couple of minutes left to go in this round. And Roach Jr. putting the pressure on Rodriguez. Rodriguez backing up against the ropes a little bit. Nice uppercut, but swinging into air. Roach Jr. just doing a great job of getting out of the way. Defending a few of these. Couple hitting on the forearms. Throwing out a straight left. Nice left to the body there by Rodriguez, though. Lovely body shot there by Roach Jr. That was good. That seemed to hurt. That seemed to get through. Again, looking for a hook shot. Nice jab coming in, though, by Rodriguez. Straight left. Again, nice shot coming in by Rodriguez as Roach Jr. is moving forward, throws out a right hand. You're seeing Rodriguez backing up against the ropes. Body shot coming in there by Roach Jr. Duck underneath, man. Head movement there was insane. So good. So good. And again, ducks underneath a hook shot. He's looking really good here, Roach Jr. Looking really good. Come in, standing his ground in the centre. He's got Rodriguez backed up a bit. We're into 30-odd seconds left in round number 7. Nice body shot there by Roach Jr. Rodriguez getting backed up against the ropes. Rodriguez again trying to throw in some big body shots. But well defended into the clinch. Referee's going to look to separate them. We've got 10 seconds left in round number 7. And they do get separated apart. Trying to throw in a couple of shots straight down the middle. And that is the end of round number 7. Chalmers, hello. Shout out to you. Hayden is here. NXT is on a Saturday for a 1-hour version on Prime and Sky 5 channel at 11 until 12 before SmackDown starts at 12. Is there not a way that you watch it live? Is there no way of watching it live, Hayden? I thought you could watch it normally on a Wednesday. Come on, Hayden, you must know some dark, seedy places that show it. That's the image that I've got of you, Hayden. You're into all that kind of dark, twisted stuff. You know, there's probably a few websites you go to where you can find that stuff. Glad to help, says Hayden. Chalmers, hello. Reed says, can you show the fight? We can't show the fight for copyright. I mean, no one will be showing it on YouTube. As soon as you show it, you'd get shut down because the algorithm would be looking for it. So no streams tend to, you know, someone might try, but they ain't gonna last very long. Sometimes you find, or I hear, that they survive a little longer on Twitch. I don't know how the Twitch algorithm works, to be honest, but even they get pulled down. Is it not on before SmackDown? No, well, it's shown live on a Wednesday. No, Tuesday. Skipped UFC. Was it above average? It was good. It was good. Main event was a bit of a letdown, but there was actually some really good fights. Schnell fight was incredible. And even the Misha Tate's fight was good. He's involved in a little war against Murphy, which was a good little back and forth. There was some good finishes involved, and yeah, I mean, there's some great stuff. Yeah, it was good. It was actually a good week. A lot of people missed it, though, because it was on super early, and I think it caught quite a few people out. Don't know why it was so early. It was coming from Long Island. Wow, it might have been to avoid this. That's the conclusion that we came to. I think they know how big of a draw Ryan Garcia is, so I think it probably was to avoid this. Welcome back. Shout out, watching from Abu Dhabi. Jason, shout out to you, buds. Says, I think Fortuna is going to upset Ryan Garcia. Well, in all honesty, I mean, in our poll that we've got 730 votes in, which isn't bad. I would like to break through that 1,000 mark, obviously. And, you know, by the time we get to the fight, we could get there. So, you know, vote. Be good to break through 1,000. We've done UFC streams where we've had polls that have hit 50,000. We ain't going to do that tonight. But, yeah, vote away. Get in your thoughts. Even if you're just, you know, passing by, I'd still like to know who you think is going to win. And at the moment, 79% with Garcia, 21% for Fortuna. So this is not a foregone conclusion. It's almost a quarter of everyone that's being asked is going with Fortuna here. I don't know if that's out of hope, but listen, he's dangerous. He carries a threat. He absolutely carries a threat, and he absolutely has got paths to victory. He's a very skillful fighter. He needs to get into his rhythm. He needs to make sure that he's not fighting the fight that Garcia wants him to fight. I think Garcia wants Fortuna to be coming forward, getting into the pocket, and, presenting himself, basically, as Garcia can be. His movement's not the best. He can be a little flat-footed. And I think that if you do get in close, I think that you are basically a sitting target, because Garcia can, he's got great hand speeds. He's got great shot variety. He just seems to be able to find the right punch at the right moment. The shot that put down Campbell, the shot that put down Fonseca, incredible. So he can work the body. He can go to the head. He's got power, great hand speeds. Like, you've got to fight a really good game plan against him. But I think if he does do that, if he does fight a good game plan, get in, get out, and use a bit of volume. I mean, the great thing about him is that he's got a decent gas tank. He's awkward as well. You never quite know what he's going to do or where his shots are coming from. He's very unorthodox, actually, Fortuna. Very tricky. He can't match the speed or the power of Garcia. He cannot stand there and try and exchange with Garcia. Garcia is the better boxer in that regard. But his awkwardness, his experience, his ability to get shots through and be able to throw combo. He can throw combo shots, but, he's got a bit of volume to him, but it's just the speed, the power is not quite there. But has he got the opportunity to win rounds? Yes. Yes, he does. He does have the opportunity to win rounds. I mean, he had over 200 amateur fights, and I think he won like 196 of them or something. I think he won 196 and lost about 19. And then, even as a pro, he's only ever lost 3 times. So, this is a guy that's won, like, world titles. He's someone that has always been quite awkward, always been well respected. And this is a tough fight. It really is a tough fight. He only tends to lose against high-level fighters. That is what Garcia is. He is a high-level fighter. But he can slip shots. He's very skilled. He's made his debut in 2009, so you want to talk about experience. He's got 13 years of professional experience compared to Garcia, who's got 6. So, tons of experience. He's got to have the right game plan. He's got to get in and out the pocket. It's going to require a lot of energy, a lot of conditioning. I suppose he has got good cardio, but can he do what's required over 12 rounds? There's a big question mark about that. It's a big question mark as to whether he can do it over that period of time. And in all fairness, Garcia could even be losing the fight and still find a knockout and finish towards the end of the fight. Garcia's going to be live throughout this whole thing, so I think it's going to be really difficult for Fortuna to win. I think that Garcia is the better fighter. I think that he should get the win here. I am expecting him to win here, but I do agree that if Fortuna can get, if Fortuna has a good day, if Ryan Garcia has a bad day, like, Fortuna has got skills. This is not a can. This is not someone that Garcia is just going to blow through. This is a well-respected fighter that's going to provide an interesting challenge for Ryan Garcia to have to try and overcome. So, yeah, it's going to be it's a really interesting fight. It's a really interesting fight. It's not the big dream fights that we're all hoping and waiting for. Like, I'm not selling you that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, guys, this is basically Tank Davis. It's not that. But these are the fights that you probably need to have to get ready for those fights. This is a credible level of opponent that's definitely a few levels below what's to come, but sets you up for what's to come. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. As we said, Ryan Garcia, 22-0. Fortuna is 37-3-1. Those are the records. 26 knockouts for Fortuna, 18 knockouts for Ryan Garcia. Young, shout out to you, my friends. What do you think about Simple Simon Ed Matthews fight? Well, to be honest, I didn't see it, so I can't really comment too much on it. But so look, it was a first round knockout according to this. So social media stars Simple Simon and Ed Matthews clashed in the ring with OnlyFans star Ellie Brooke taking on a Love Island AJ Bunker on the undercard. I mean, to be honest, I'm just gutted I missed it. I'm just absolutely gutted that I missed it. Ed Matthews, I mean, I'm sorry if I'm going to spoil this for anyone, but Young G wants to talk about this. Ed Matthews had the last laugh in his main event clash with Simple Simon, knocking out his elder rival in the opening round. The fight lasted just 48 seconds. So if you do want, I'm sure you'll be able to find highlights somewhere, maybe TikTok, as Simon was dropped by a big right hand from Matthews, with the 52-year-old unable to get up as the referee waved off the fight. Simon eventually got back to his feet as he came to terms with his in-ring debut ending in disaster. I mean, I say this with quite a bit of pride. I have no idea who these people are. I never saw this contest. It went down tonight. It was a 33-year-old taking on a 50... How old is he? 50... something I just said? 33-year-old taking on a 50-something, 52-year-old. And it ended in a 40-odd second finish. So, it's a big result. It's a big result. I think the winner of that goes on to face Jake Paul. So, that is big for Simple Simon. That is big. Big paydays coming. Big paydays coming. Simon remained coy about stepping in the ring with another opponent. He doesn't want to race into anything. Why would he? After a devastating first round. I mean, guys, if you manage to knock out someone who's 20 years older than you, you deserve to celebrate. Do you know what I mean? I mean, in all fairness, if you're like 5 and you knock out a 25-year-old, that is actually impressive. And maybe if you're 15 and you knock out a 35-year-old, that's impressive. I do struggle with a 33-year-old knocking out a 52-year-old, though. I don't know if I'm as impressed with that, to be honest. That's where I stop. I don't get as impressed. I'm not going to lie. I don't get as impressed. Let's see how I feel. This is a quote from him. Let's see how I feel before I talk about a plan. He's probably going to talk about his plan with his OnlyFans lover. He came up to me afterwards, shook my hand, and to me, it is settled. That settled it, guys. Whatever this beef was, it's been squashed. Yeah? If you destroy someone that's in their 50s, that's 20 years older than you, if you absolutely humiliate them on a public platform like this, fun fact, the beef is squashed. Yeah? There's no more beef. The pair had a 33-year age gap. What? So many... What do you mean? What do you mean they had a 33... Did I read that right? Didn't he say he was a 33-year-old? No. Ed Matthews demolished... He's 33 years older. He was older by 33 years. He wasn't even 33. He was older by 33. Well, do you know what? I thought that was acceptable. Now I'm not so sure. If you beat someone that's 20 years older than you, then, I'm a little bit, If you beat someone that's 33 years older than you, I don't know. Ed Matthews. Do you know what? I'm getting all this mixed up as well. It's Ed Matthews that knocked out Simple Simon. That's how little I know about these people. That's how little I know. Yeah, I don't know who they are, how old they are, And it turns out Ed Matthews is 33 years younger than Simple Simon. And Simple Simon got beaten up. Simple Simon said, I didn't do what I was told. I can only presume that was win. Simon said after suffering his defeat, let's see how I feel before coming up with a plan. Shut my hand. It comes to me. It's settled. I'm not going to make excuses. He was better. Yes. He was also 33 years younger, which is a fun little fact. How was this not... I can only presume that UFC went early tonight to avoid that. They went early so that they could get out of the way of Ed Matthews and Simple Simon. Because, listen, UFC are not going to want to compete with something in of that caliber. Do you know what I mean? I mean, this is combat sports. This is the combat sports that we've all been asking for. Simple Simon made his walk to the ring with a diss track. He came down with a diss track of Ed Matthews, who himself had just walked to the ring alongside his best friend, HS Tiki Toki. So HS Tiki Toki was there, yeah? Who I can only imagine is the mascot for TikTok. I don't know. It's like me coming down to the ring with HSU Juby. I don't know. The main event is about to get underway. So he came down with Tiki Toki. Ed Matthews came down with the diss track. First round, 40 odd seconds in. Boom. The child beats the man, 33 years, who was older, and knocks him out. And why we've been sat here not watching that is beyond me. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. And I don't even know. A good showing from the OnlyFans stars who said after her win, it frustrates me that I didn't get the knockout, but I just really want a drink. I'm done with these interviews. Someone get me an effing cocktail, please. You won't call me Brock Lesnar, but maybe I effing am. So Ellie Brooke from, I don't know who she is, but apparently she lives on OnlyFans. She was in action tonight. She got a victory. And she said to her adoring fans, you won't call me Brock Lesnar, but maybe I effing am. Maybe she is. I mean, I can't comment because I haven't seen her in action. But I don't remember Brock Lesnar having an OnlyFans. That's all I'm going to say. Yeah, it'd be like farmer porn if it was. Maybe she does farmer porn. I don't know. I don't know who she is. So I can't comment. But if there is a distinct lack of farmer content on her OnlyFans, then she is not the new Brock Lesnar. That's a fact. Plus also, if she is the new Brock Lesnar, I would flipping love to see her get into the ring with Alistair Overeem, right? Or Cain Velasquez. Let's get that booked. Put her in there with Frank Mir. HS Tiki Toki weighed in. He's the... why did the sidekick weigh in? There's a quote here from HS Tiki Toki, by the way. He's gonna F him out, bruv. He's gonna F him shred him, bruv. HS said of his best friend Matthews, who did show off his impressive physique at Friday's weigh-ins. What I will say is definitely Matthews has got a good physique on him. There's a lot of swearing. Why is there so much bad language? That'd be my question. Why is everyone so angry? Do you know what I mean? Just chill out. Jesus. Maybe I am effing Brock Lesnar. God. Honestly, I wouldn't cope. If I went to this thing, I wouldn't flipping cope. I would not seriously be able to look at any of these people in the face or hold any kind of conversation with them. Did you miss tonight's results? I did, but thankfully I'm up to speed now. I'm up to speed. So, Young G, what are my thoughts? My thoughts are that I'm disappointed in myself. I'm sat here waiting for Ryan Garcia against Fortuna. And I'm just living a lie, aren't I? Because I could have been watching someone that's 33 years younger than his opponent knock him out in 40-odd seconds. And I could have watched a female TikToker who thinks she now might be Brock Lesnar getting a win in a boxing match, which, I mean, fun fact, Brock Lesnar isn't a boxer. Which is just pretty wild, isn't it? That she's had a boxing contest and the first name that comes to mind is a non-boxer. So, yeah, my thoughts are that I've really missed out. I've really missed out. Anderson Gibb has taken to Twitter to say Kingpin event has seriously leveled up. Great entertainment. So Anderson Gibb loved it. Anderson Gibb absolutely loved it. If there's one thing I know about Anderson Gibb, he loves old people getting beaten up. I mean, that's a fact. Those aren't my words. He says he loved it. Look, he's applauding. He's even put an applauding emoji. He absolutely loves it. Kingpin Entertainment has seriously leveled up. That is them leveling up. Imagine what they were doing before. What were they doing before? Were they having kids fighting or something? How has he watched that event and gone, well, everyone involved, well done. Well done. Take a bow, everyone. Take a bow. What you've done there is the future of sport. You've seriously leveled up. From the rubbish that you was putting on before, you have seriously leveled up. Well done. So, I'm gutted. I'm gutted to miss that. So, Young G, thank you for bringing that to our attention. I think I speak on behalf of the community on that one. WWE Central, shout out to you, my friends. I really appreciate the support. WWE Central says, hello, Days. I'm being a naughty boy. Oh, did you just watch that? Did you watch that show? My mum and dad think that I'm asleep, but I'm watching your stream, and I've had 9 Pepsis. My bum feels like it's on fire. Okay. And I must say that your face looks fabulous. I mean, look, there's things there that concern me, but there's equally things there that I agree with, and I'm not going to tell you which is which. But shout out to you, WWE Central. I appreciate the support. I've never seen 9 Pepsis have such an effect on someone as what they appear to have had on you. But fair play. Fair play. It sounds to me like you're tripping. Maybe you, imagine if you tuned in to that flipping tickety-tockety thinking that was the Ryan Garcia. You pay your money, you tune in, you're like, God, I saw this. I think I'm effing Brock Lesnar. Who's that? Who's that? Is that Roach Jr.? Is that, I don't understand. I'd need some Pepsis after that. I'd need some Pepsis. Days, if you was a fighter, what UFC's fighter skills would you want to have? Oh, hello, we're getting to decision time here on this one. Here we go. Unanimous. Roach Jr. has done it. Roach Jr. has won by unanimous decision. Unanimous decision for Lamont Roach Jr. Winner by unanimous decision. So that's done. We're about 44 minutes away from our main fights. Garcia taking on Fortuna. Bonzo says, let me fill you in on the Ed versus Simon Law. Listen, I think I'm filled in, mate. I don't know how the beef started, but what I don't need to know because it's ended. That's all I need to know. I can sleep tonight. The beef is done. It's settled. So thank God for that. We've just got to hope that no other boomers upset him. Do you know what I mean? Keep him away from old people's homes. if he goes into an old person's home and someone makes like a bit of a snide comment, pop, pop, he might start going. Old Matthews, young Ed Matthews. Pop, 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 pop. What did you say, Ethel? Pop, 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 pop. Love it. Love it. Love it. Never change. Never change. World, never change. You do wonderful things. Yes, there's bad things in the world, but there's great things in the world as well. Elijah says, I'm learning. Is Brock Lesnar the guy that was on Raw with the red face and the beards? That was Santa. I think he's got a ponytail. No, Santa doesn't have a ponytail. Brock Lesnar was on Raw, and he was the big guy that looked like a farmer, and he has got a bit of a beard, and he does have a ponytail. So I'm pretty sure that probably was him, yes. Or what we're starting to find out is it might actually be a young lady who's got an OnlyFans account that might also be Brock Lesnar. I'm confused now. I thought I knew who Brock Lesnar was, but that has been thrown into doubt this evening. It's been thrown into doubt. I mean, God only knows what we're going to get. I don't know who's facing Roman Reigns at SummerSlam in a few weeks' time. It might be some flipping 20-year-old OnlyFans kind of model that comes walking out. You're not Brock Lesnar. I am effing Brock Lesnar. I won a boxing fight on Brock Lesnar, just like my favourite boxer, Brock Lesnar. Oh, okay. Also, Ellie Brooke mentioned Lesnar because she's got broad shoulders. TikTok trolls called her Brock Lesnar as an insult. Oh. Well, now she thinks she is Brock Lesnar. Well, there we go. It can be a dark world, can't it? I mean, I didn't realise that this was connected to bullying. And I don't care. To be honest, I don't care. I mean, she seems like an absolute flipping nut job to me. So, bully her all you want. I ain't bothered. I ain't bothered in the slightest. If I see her, I'll probably end up calling her Brock Lesnar. Certainly if it annoys her. Who do you think's going to win out of Ryan or Fortuna? I am going with Ed Matthews. Ed Matthews is going to come down with Mr. Tickety-Tockety. Mr. Bibbidi-Bobbidi. They're going to come down, and I think they're going to win it. It's going to turn into a tag match. That's what's going to happen. It's going to be Ed Matthews, Tickety-Tockety, taking on Ryan Garcia and Fortuna. It's going to be insane. I've got Garcia winning. We broke the fight down a few times. I think it's going to be a challenge. I don't think this is going to be straightforward at all. And as we said, we've spoke about it a few times. We will go through it one more time. Oh, I'm typing that out. Look, I'm talking about it. You've got me thinking it's next. It's not. We've got one more fight to go, but this fight might not last too long. This Vernon is stepping in as a last-minute replacement. So, that is something that we just need to get past. I don't care about this fight because, I mean, Roach is coming in at minus 3,000 favourite. He's going to win. I'm sure he's going to win. He's probably going to get a finish, get past it, get to the Ryan Garcia fight. WWE Central said, imagine if I had 200 Pepsi Maxes, my bum would blast me into space. I think that's how it works. And then I would be pooped on the world. Everyone would die of drowning in my poo. I'm not so sure. I mean, yes, I can totally buy you'd be shot into space. I don't think you'd be able to generate enough fecal matter to actually drown us all. I could be wrong about that. You could be an absolute beast. I have no idea. But, I think I speak for all of us when I say you probably want to Maybe have a few less Pepsis in the future. I reckon 5's your limit. We just got a little advert for Canelo and Triple G. Bibbidi Bobbidi says, Rivy. Right, we are going, there's Roche's locker room. So we are about to get our co-main event of the evening. Co-main event coming up. We are about to move over to this one. Roche minus 3,000, 19 wins, 1 loss, 13 knockouts. Southpaw, gold medalist at the Junior Olympics, 3 straight stoppages. His last loss was 2020 by unanimous decision, but that was his only loss as well. Signed with Golden Boy, heavy favourite, and he should get a finish here. He has taken on Vanan, who is a late replacement. 3 losses in his last 4 fights. Slight reach advantage, but he has apparently never been stopped. He's got a record of 19 wins, 4 losses. This should be relatively straightforward work. And then, as we said, we're about 37 minutes away. 37 minutes away from getting to our main event. Ryan Garcia against Fortuna. If you are just joining us, get in. Your thoughts were sneaking our way to 1,000 votes. We're well on the road towards that. Roche here is... Vanan is... Oh, I put an extra N in his name. Veron is got a reach advantage. But it's only slight. We need a quick knockout, says Rivy. Islam versus Charles is going to be fire. It is going to be fire. That was a big announcement that was made earlier. CJ said, what website can I watch this for free on? I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I mean, they tend to get pulled down. I don't know if anyone out there knows. Dro says there's only 4 fights tonight. Only 4 fights, yeah, on the main card. We did have a load of prelims, but we didn't watch those. In all fairness, we've only watched these 3 and kind of side glance. But no fear, we are all over the Ryan Garcia. We'll have the round thing up. We'll have the countdown clock and all of that. We're here for Ryan Garcia and Fortuna. That is coming up after this fight. This is the co-main event. Ledge Killer said it's time for the co-main event. It is time for the co-main event. Don't read it, Days. Don't read it. Oh, I probably read it. Right, as we said, we are sneaking our way towards that main event. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, drop a like. It really is appreciated. We're at 208 likes. 208 likes. Keep dropping those likes. Keep voting as well as we continue to move forwards. This one hopefully is not going to take too long. And then we're well on the road to our main event this evening. Get in your thoughts. Let's have a quick look, see where we are. It was 79 to what, 21? 79 to 21. It's 81-19 now. So it's just started to get a bit wider again. But 81% of you going with Ryan Garcia. I don't think that will surprise too many people. I think people are expecting Ryan Garcia to get the vote. He'll get the popular vote, but by how much? That's the question. WWE Central? Dude, chill out. Yeah? I'm telling you, 9 Pepsis does not agree with you whatsoever. Very generous, but gee whiz. You haven't had a 10th, have you? WWE Central said, imagine if Tyson Fury came into your room and killed you, then turned into a gorilla, started saying things, okay, that would be funny, okay. Have you tried alcohol for the first time tonight? This is my question. You know one of those Pepsis? Did someone put some special in there? Did they? Was there a little brown paper bag that strange Uncle John carries around with him? And he was like, don't tell your mother. And he put a little bit in. I'll give you a bit more Pepsi. I'll give you some special Pepsi. Was it one of them? Just a little something, because I'm sensing. I'm just sensing there's a little bit more going on here than the old, unless you broke into the Pepsi Max. The secret stash of the Pepsi Max. You got into your father's Pepsi Max, did you? Maximum taste, but no sugar. But Uncle John put the sugar in, didn't he? Jesus. Yeah, WWE Central. It does strike me that you've just had one of your first adult experiences tonight. Shout out to you. You do know you'll wake up in the morning going, Jesus, what did I do last night? What did I do? Something to do with gorillas. I remember going on the internet and I said something. Oh, God. I think I went on one of the day streams. And I think I spoke about a gorilla. I also think, did I say I was going to poop on everyone from space? Oh, my God. It happened, and we're never going to forget it. And we will remind you all the time. Elijah said, should I buy the TV Accurate AEW belt? No. What you need to do is save for a house. Yeah, you need to get on that property ladder, right? Because prices are going up. It's a wise investment. And a TV replica of an AEW belt is not a wise investment. I mean, will it hold its value? Maybe. I don't know. But I put it to one side. Yeah, you need to think about your pension. You need to think about investing and getting on the property ladder. Yeah, these are much more important things. So, hope that helps. It was a Jack and Pepsi. Maybe. I just had draft Pepsi. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Everyone's going Pepsi crazy today. Is this sponsored by Pepsi? What's happening here? The soft drinks are available, you know. It sounds like WWE Central might have got into the old root beer. That's what I'm thinking. Might have got in the old root beer. Maybe the Pepsi was left out in the sun for a bit long. Maybe. Reed said, what do you think Ryan is going to win by, TKO or a one-shot knockout? It's a good question. It's a very good question. I am going with TKO. I'm going with TKO, and I'll tell you why. I just had a look at Fortuna's only losses. He's got 3 losses on his records. He lost in 2016 to TKO. He then lost in 2018 to split decision. And he lost to in 2021 by unanimous decision. So he's never actually lost by knockout. He's lost by technical knockout, but he's never lost by knockout. If Ryan Garcia can knock him out, that's going to be impressive. Because no one's done it. And as we said, he's a good fighter. He's a skilled fighter. So I think that he's got the ability to do it. Offensively, he is very good. Defensively, I've got some question marks. So I think that Garcia is going to win, and I think that he is going to win late stoppage TKO. WWE Central says, imagine if Uncle John was Shrek and me and him were eating brown bags and he strangled me. That would be very sad. Well, I mean, it would be sad, yes, but we'd all move on, you know. We'd find a way of, you know, carrying on. But it would undeniably be sad. Undeniably. We'd hold a minute's silence. I can guarantee you that. So, and I tell you what, the people at the Pepsi factory, they would be very upset. They'd be very upset. It sounds like their share price would absolutely plummet. Elijah says, I like to drink normal Pepsi. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Can we stop talking about Pepsi? God, I mean, there's the Dr. Pepper. It's Coke, 7-Up, Tab. Do you remember Tab? I don't even know if that's still a thing. Used to be Coke, tastes like Coke, but you could see through it. Tab. Why was it called Tab? I don't even know if we had it over here. I remember that being an American thing, you know. I don't know if we had it. I know of it, but I don't know that we had it. I haven't made that up, have I? It did taste of Coke, didn't it? It did taste of Coke. But it was see-through. Tab. Drink. No, not dab. Tab. Drink. It was in the UK. Introduced in 1963. 1963! Tab was a Diet Cola drink introduced in 1963, and they only stopped making it in 2020. Coca-Cola's first diet drink. It was popular in the 60s and 70s. Several variations were made. Fruit flavoured, root beer, ginger ale, caffeine and clear variations. Oh my God. Following studies in the 1970s that were linked with saccharin, I don't know, Tab's main sweetener, with bladder cancer in rats. It was giving rats bladder cancer. The United States Congress mandated that warning labels get put on. Guys, we think you should know rats have been getting bladder cancer from this. I mean, still drink it, but I just think you should know, to be honest, that this is pretty dangerous stuff. Tab's popularity declined after that. Who knew? With the introduction of Diet Coke in 1982, it did remain one of the best-selling products. I still don't know what the flavour was. Oh, they say the flavour was Diet Coke flavour. Diet Cola flavour. I mean, the whole bladder cancer in rats thing is a big concern, isn't it? So, I mean, listen, WWE Central. It sounds actually now, after a little bit of investigating, that your addiction to Pepsi is really not that bad. Seems like you're fine, mate. It actually turns out it could be a lot worse. Could be a lot worse. Elijah says, normal Pepsi is now onto Crystal Pepsi. What the hell's that? Is that where you put a little bit of... few crystals in there? It sounds like what WWE Central's on. Almighty Nick says, I like tea. Just tea with 2 sugars. Do you know what? Fair play. Almighty Nick, we've got a little bit of sanity that's coming into the chat, so I appreciate that. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Almighty Nick. Wake says, I honestly prefer... Oh my God, Jesus. I honestly prefer Pepsi over Coke. Do you know what? I'm so tempted to end the Garcia Fortuna. Do you know what I might do? When we get to the fight in the main event, when the fight's on, I might put Coke or Pepsi in the poll, and we'll see what people come back with. British Soundboard Pranks says there's some pretty strange super chats tonight. Dude, tell me about it. I think, you know, listen, it's Saturday night. People are just going wild. People are going wild. This is like a bonus stream. Didn't even know we were doing this. Completely forgot that Garcia was fighting. And so I think like people are just losing their mind. They're just getting, you know what this community is like, mate. They're just getting smacked off their faces on Pepsi right now. And this is what happens. This is what happens. Elijah says, now I need to have Pepsi and tea with 2 sugars. Right, you definitely don't need to do that. Don't start mixing up all the super chats together. That's dangerous. Chalmers says, have you ever been in a fight? And if you were, you'd better have won. Yeah, I was in a fight, mate. Been in a few fights, mate. Dealt with them all, didn't I? I was in a fight at school. I mean, I've been in a couple of fights outside of pubs, but I mean, that's just like throwing a few shots. Do you know what I mean? I don't think you can really say there's a winner or loser. You get hit, you hit someone, it gets broken up. That's about it. So, I've never really been involved in anything much bigger than that. But at school, I was in a fight. And it's really flipping annoying, actually, because I'd worked myself up, because it was the first fight I'd been in at school. And I fancied my chances against this kid. He wasn't, like, the hardest kid in school, like, at all. But he wasn't, like, a nerd either. I felt like tail of the tape, we were quite well matched. So, but I fancied my chances. And I was like, do you know what? I'm going to flip and go for this. I mean, obviously, there was a lot of worrying, crying, and things like that went before that. But I think you go through stages. And by the time the fight came up, I got to the stage of, I'm just going to flipping swing at him. Kind of a thing. So I got to that stage. And one of the things that I never realised was when you're in a fight and people like crowd round you, they want to trip you over. They all want to get involved. They can't just stand there and cheer and watch. Do you know what I mean? Like people, loads of people, wherever you go. If ever you go, like, you know, you're being surrounded by people. Whenever you go over to the side, people are sticking their legs out and they're trying to trip you over. And, like, I don't know, it's like a game of death. Like, it was so weird. Not only are you fighting the person in front, you're having to, like, be aware of your surroundings. And, like, you know, if you're getting backed up, you're getting people that are trying to take your legs out and boot in your legs. And it was kind of like, it was pretty intense, to be honest. But I got through with I remember getting through with a couple of shots. He hit me as well. But I got through with a couple of shots. And I sort of remember then he kind of just stopped coming towards me. And then, like, you know, there was a few people that were talking with him. And the crowd started to get a bit restless. A few started to, like, go. And I was just kind of standing there like, I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know if this is continuing or what's happening. And it ended up, like, I think he just walked off with his friends. And it sort of kind of just played out. I think, to be honest, I think it was probably more like he wanted to show to his friends that he could, like, beat up someone. I was selected. Foolish. And, I mean, that shows my standing in school, doesn't it? That shows my standing in school. You've got a guy that I think just wanted to show off to his friends. I got picked. I mean, if you want to beat someone up at school, you ain't going for any tough kids, are you? You're looking for, like, the nerdiest nerd. And that's who you're targeting. That was this guy right here on that day, apparently. And so, yeah, I got selected. And, I don't know, man. It went all right. If I got beat, I would tell you. It was so long ago. If I got beat, I would just be like, yeah, I got caned. I was young. I got caned. I'd kill him now, but I got caned. But it went all right, actually. It went all right. So that was my only experience at school. And then I just didn't like pubs and things like that. The one that was really weird was there was a fight that broke out in a pub. I tried to separate it because I was at work the next day. I was actually quite sober. And it was my brother and someone. And they just had enough, like, of us. And, like, they were going at each other. This guy grabs my brother. I'm trying to, like, pull him apart. Like, oh, let him go. This guy is, I'm not joking, flipping jacked. I cannot break them apart at all. He is, honestly, I think it was flipping Ngannou. And he's got my brother like this. I'm trying to pull him apart. Police come, get arrested. Look at the footage, and they're like, do you know who that was? I'm like, no. He's like, that's a police officer. And I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, that was a police officer that you was trying to get off, like, your brother. And I was like, well, he didn't say he was a police officer. And when they looked at the footage, there was nothing. He was wearing a black jacket, that was it. There was nothing that said police. He never said he was police, but apparently he was police. So, that was pretty wild. I feel like I've told that story before. Elijah says Coke, tea, Sprite, Pepsi, they all sound good. British Soundboard Prank said, I used to be a fan of Pepsi Max until I changed my life. This has turned into a confessional. Until I changed my life and I switched to Coke Zero, brackets, glass bottles only. Well, at least you're being sensible, my friends. Glass bottles only. Glass bottles for life. Glass bottles for life. Yeah, big shout out to everyone that's joining us. Wrestle with Andy said, sounds like his friend threw the towel in, just like Helen Hart. Might have been Helen Hart, actually. She might have been there. It was around 92. So, makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense. You do tell that story every other month. Yeah, I feel like I've told it quite a bit. It's the only time that I've ever been arrested. It's the only time that I've spent the night in the cells. And I was wrongly convicted. They apologized and let me go the next morning. But I was still late for work. My one phone call had to be to the guy it was his day off the next day. And my one phone call that I got was, I was like, can I make a phone call? They were like, you can make one phone call. And I was like, I really need to ring this guy because he's got to open up the shop. Because I used to work in retail. So I had to call him up at like 1 o'clock in the morning and just be like, I'm so sorry. I know it's your day off, but I've been arrested. Imagine that conversation. Wild, I tell you. Orange flavor. Did you drop the soap? Dude, there wasn't any soap. I don't know what you think. I didn't go to prison. It was just a jail thing. It was just the cells. You were just, put in the cells on your own, spent the night there, and then they questioned me in the morning. That was it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what you're thinking this was. Don't go blowing this out of proportion. Yeah, I wasn't making a shank, trying to survive the night or anything. It was all a little bit awkward, says Elijah. John says Days is the real OG. I'm a hardened criminal. There's no two ways about it. I'm a street fighting thug and a hardened criminal. It's a fact. Fact. Right, we're up to round number 4 in this. So if we there's only 10 rounds in this though. So I know we were all hoping for an early finish. It's not arrived. But fear not, we're only now 15 minutes away. 15 minutes away. WWE Central said, I was thinking that I could turn into a giraffe and you go to 92 so that my neck is long than 23. Your comments now, I mean, they didn't make sense before, but at least I felt I could maybe extract something from them. I don't know what you're on about now. I legit don't know what you're on about. I think that you've actually gone and we've lost you. I think we've lost you. I'm actually starting to think there might be some brain damage involved here. So, WWE Central, I want you to, maybe step away from the computer. Yeah, put the Pepsi down. I would say have an early night, but right now it's 3:45 in the morning. But either way, do you know what I mean? Just look after yourself, mate. Look after yourself, yeah? Otherwise, I'll have to come round, yeah? I'll have to come round. Pop, pop. I'm a street fighting man. Hayden says, I've never been arrested because I'm a great person. I'm sorry. I mean, I have been arrested. So what does that mean, Hayden? I don't know if you could explain that a little bit more, Hayden. You're saying you've never been arrested because you're a great person. No one's going to argue with that. But I have been arrested. So how does the rest of that conversation go? Hey, get back to me, Hayden. I'd be interested to know how the rest of that conversation goes, mate. Wrestling with Andy says, Iron Brew and Pepsi are the top 2. I would have thought Iron Brew and Iron Brew was the top 2 where you are, mate. That's all Scott lives in. You ain't got blood, have you? In Scotland, isn't it just Iron Brew that literally runs through your veins? Days was in there scraping toothbrushes on the ground to make a shank. Was it? I was. Someone stole Wrestling Central's Pepsi and has replaced it with Coke, and he's getting a wigging for it. I'm starting to wonder what kind of Coke it's been replaced with, to be honest, because he's absolutely off his tits. Wrestling with Andy says, was you wearing the nails outfit? I mean, I was, but I tend to wear that on the night out anyway. So I was wearing that before I even went in. I was full on nails regalia, yeah. No, I wasn't. Days, Dirty, huge fan, LA, and I'm in the crypto in my office listening to you. You're in the what? You're in the crypto? What does this mean? Is everyone all right this evening? What's going on in the world? What's going on in the world? What do you mean you're in the crypto? You flipping living in the blockchain. In my office, listening to you and watching the fight, loving what you do, listening over broadcast. You are the best. Angel, appreciate that, my friends. I have no idea where you are. Something to do with crypto. I think you're part of the blockchain. But, yeah, shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the support. And I know that we're kind of getting massively off schedule. I don't want anyone to worry about that. We're bringing it back on schedule when we need to. And as soon as we're done with this fight, we will be all over the main event tonight. It's the only reason we're here. Ryan Garcia taking on Javier Fortuna. It's going to be a good fight, man. We're ready. Just need to get this one out the way, which is already going on too long. Days, I've never done naughty things because I do nice things for my parents. They're in their 60s. I want to become independent. I'm not letting you off the hook. I'm not letting you off. Don't think that that's an acceptable answer. You said before that you have never been arrested because you're a great person, right? So my question was, well, I have been arrested. So what does that make me then? Yeah? You're the one that went down that path. No one made you go down that path. And now I'm not letting you off. Yeah? So don't go changing the subject. Yeah? By saying how you've never done naughty things and you love your parents and all of this kind of stuff. Yeah? Yeah? I want answers. Brian said, Daisy's OnlyFans accounts are in here. Yeah, this is an insight into what my OnlyFans is like. It's literally just me, pretty much naked, just posing with, like, I mean, I wish it was that big. It's probably more like the little bottles, but it's like just me posing, covering myself with just Pepsi. I don't know why, it just really resonates with this community. Just a couple of Pepsi bottles like that. They love it. I make around about 50 million a month, and I'm pretty sure I'm Brock Lesnar. So I think that's what we do over on OnlyFans. In all fairness, who are the flip are those accounts? Purple Crypto Pepsi Blockchain. That means hello in WWE speak. No, Angel said, I'm inside the crypto arena in Los... Ah, that makes more sense. I thought you said you was in the office. Are you in an office in the crypto.com arena? That's insane. If you are, that's really cool. I mean, even if you're not, it's still cool. Do you know what? Wherever you are, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Wherever you are is absolutely fine. We're excited. We're excited. That's all it is. It's just excitement. I've got you on in my office. Right. So you're in the crypto arena, but you're in one of the offices. Oh, man, you seem important. That makes me nervous. I don't like it when I speak to important people. I mean, not that none of you are important. Yeah, I mean, everyone's important. I just want to give a shout out to everyone that's here. Like, you're all really important. Some are just more important than others. That's all I was saying. Almighty Nick says, we all know that Days is hard as nails and he would run jail. I mean, we joke about it, but I'd be killed. Pretty much as soon as I arrived, I'd be dead. Do you know what I mean? That'd be me done. I'm the first to admit that. So, yeah. This chat plus Days tonight is making my head spin, says Chalmers. I mean, all I can say is just be thankful you're not live streaming while some of these comments are coming in, because it is a challenge, definitely, to try and find a way forward. Sometimes I just feel like you lot get together and just think to yourselves, how can we make this as difficult for him as possible? I mean, shall we go on to the boxing stream and talk about boxing? No, let's not do that. How about we just talk about Pepsi? How about we just take him down those roads and see, is he going to sink or swim? And I'm a goddamn swimmer. WWE Central says, when I'm sad. I mean, I really want someone to take you away, to be honest. When I'm sad, I think of Boris Johnson and Donald Trump sitting on your face. I mean, I'm going to read it. He's been kind enough to donate £4.49, and I'm really cheap. So you would think I wouldn't read comments like this, but I just really appreciate the support, and I will sell out. So when I'm sad, I think of Boris Johnson and Donald Trump sitting on your face so that you can go 92... I don't get this bit. You can go 92 for 23 elephants. You know what I mean. I don't know what you mean. I mean, I think I've got the first part of the conversation, but I don't know what 92 23 elephant is. I mean, that's some dark web stuff. Do you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that if you put that code in, I don't know what you get. Your Pepsi order, that's what you get. If you go on the dark web, start asking for 92 or 23 elephants, I don't know what comes in the post. Whatever it is, you've had too much of it. But you can stop now, WWE Central. You can stop. We're about 8 minutes away from the main event this evening. Well, hopefully, anyway. I mean, we still got a couple of fighters in the ring. It's probably going to be a bit longer. But WWE Central, I just, I am starting to think you might need to go in for a checkup. It's Stax says, I've been trying to up my YouTube channel. What did you do to get so big? To be honest, what you need is you do need a video or a series of videos that really does kind of connect with people. So I am the kind of person that just constantly wants to stream, wants to be out there, wants to be doing stuff. But actually, the things that really helped this channel were toy hunts. When I first started, we were doing toy hunts where we would go out and we would have a look for wrestling figures. And that really resonated with people. So, my videos when I first started were getting like 30 views, 40 views. That was it. And then I did this toy hunt and it did 1,000 views. And that's a big difference. And then, of course, if you get that kind of reaction, you then, look at it and try and make it better and you do another one. And then the next one got, say, 3,000 views or whatever. And, all of a sudden you go, okay, there's something here. And, it's really easy to kind of sit and say, well, you just got to do this, got to do that. Truth of the matter is, you've got to just keep churning away. You've got to find that thing that connects. You've got to find that thing that really resonates. And the sad truth is that people can be fantastic at YouTube and they can work a long, long time and never quite find that thing. There is a degree of luck involved. It's as simple as that. I mean, I think if you've got a good understanding of what people are looking for, what's trending, where the conversation is, I think if you can target your content to kind of aim at that and be where the conversation is. I mean, mine was just luck. I had no idea that those toy hunts would be as popular as they were. And, that obviously got me up and running. And once you're up and running, and the ball's rolling, then that makes things a lot easier. But you need to find something. You need to get into, throw yourself into something. So if you're going to do figures, then every day, figure videos, toy hunts, reviews, just anything and everything you can think of, because something might connect and then you can, go down that road. But it's hard. It's hard. There's fantastic channels that have to grind away, and I don't have the answers as to what people are looking for. Obviously, if I did, then I would be, going into it and, even exploring it myself. So you kind of have to find your own way. And, it can take people different times to do that. But I always like to think that if you're committed, you will keep churning away and you will ultimately find the thing. And once you found it, that's it, you're off. You know what I mean? But you've just got to find it. And that's hard. No, no one can really give you the answer as to what that thing is. You have to find it. But as I said, if you keep working, then cream tends to rise to the top. I mean, not that I'm cream, but I was just very fortunate in finding that. So, and I'm a flipping legend. That as well. Do you know what I mean? So you add that with what I just said. And there you go. You've got a successful YouTube career. Right, we are in... I don't even know what round we're in. It's that said, I grind out videos. I put in the work. I'm just hoping for a lucky break, and I've not got it yet. You've got to look though. You know, you've got to just keep grinding, but try and don't just repeat what you're doing. If you're doing something and it's not working, there's no guarantee it's ever going to work. It could do. It could be that your audience just haven't found you. It's probably going to be more beneficial for you to try something different. So it's all well and good grinding, but are you grinding different things, or are you just grinding the same thing? If you are grinding the same thing, you're more than likely going to get the same result. What you need to do is keep mixing up and finding that thing. It's hard. I'm not saying it's easy. It's not. It's hard. It's hard. If it was easy, everyone would do it. That's what you got to remember. If it was easy, everyone would have successful YouTube channels and big YouTube channels. But it's not easy. It's hard. And it took me about 6 months of grinding. And I was really lucky that I stumbled across that as early as I did. I mean, there's people that have to do it for years and years and years. And it's really, really difficult. Elijah says, what is fascinating? They do WWE figures. Yes. What figures? Where do I get them? Just Google Mattel figures, bud. I mean, you know, without self-advertising, there's a ton of videos on the Wrestling Days channel because toy hunts, figure reviews, all that stuff are on there. But if you went to Google and just searched WWE Mattel, that would open up a whole world for you. Anna says, morning, everyone. Hello, Anna. Hope you are well. Why are you all up this late? Of course, Days is streaming. The man never stops. Got to grind, didn't you? Grind. Listen, it's either this or I'm prostituting myself on the streets. Yeah. I mean, I do that anyway on a Sunday, but it's nice to have a night off. So instead, we're doing Garcia against Fortuna. We're here for the boxing, Anna. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, Anna. I mean, I know you're saying good morning, but geez, I don't. What's happening? You're either like late going to bed or you're insane, which does actually suit the community right now. If you have lost your mind, can I introduce you to WWE Central, who has absolutely beaten you to it? Jay said, my YouTube channel is a one-hit wonder. I uploaded one John Cena video. I hit my peak, and then it was all over. Thank you. Don't know how much you just did for me. No problem. No problem. I mean, look, there's definitely things like get the right thumbnail, get the right title, all that kind of stuff. Your title, your description, all those things are important, and they help. But if you don't have the right content, none of that's going to matter. Unless you're clickbaiting. Do you know what I mean? Unless you, like, watch this video, I'll give you a $3 million. I mean, that might do quite well. The only problem is if you ain't giving out $3 million, you're going to struggle then, aren't you? I mean, I would say don't go down that clickbait road, but, you know, just find your thing. Right, we're at round number 8 out of 10 right now. I got work. I start at 6. Jesus, Anna. Mate. Oh, mate. Getting up at Sunday at 4 o'clock in the morning. Mate, don't you dare ever come on here and say anything about me grinding and working away when you're getting up at 4 o'clock on a Sunday. That's like the 8th level of hell. It's not right. It's not right. I remember seeing some hair from the back of his head. I was shocked when he shaved it. I don't know what that's in reference to. Wrestling Rise said, it's better to stick to one video game for a certain amount of time, and if it doesn't work, change the game. Yeah, I can't help with video game stuff, so I don't know. So this is quite interesting. I had a channel, and it got decent views. It got 2,500 subs, and my whole Google account was deleted. In all fairness, if you've built up a bit of a following, hopefully that following would follow you. Type thing. But obviously that's, sometimes easier said than done. Has the fight started yet? No. No. What's your favourite soda? Mine is Ski. What the flip is Ski? Never heard of Ski. Don't know what Ski is. I don't really have a favourite soda, to be honest. I genuinely drink water. I drink water. I'm trying to stay healthy. I do a lot of this, where I sit on this sofa and literally just watch things with you lot. So if I was sitting here drinking like Cokes, Pepsis, all that kind of stuff, I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to get off this sofa. So I, as I've advanced in years, have started to turn my focus away from beers and soft drinks, and I'm living the healthy life now. I drink water and orange juice. Genuinely, that is all I drink. Well, and coffee. Coffee, water, orange juice. That's all I drink. I think I've had 5 beers this year. Where are we? July. I've had 5 beers. I had 3 on my birthday, and I actually had 2 the other day because I went out for my dad's birthday. So I had 3 for my birthday, 2 for my dad's birthday, and that's it. I've had 5 beers this year. That's the least amount of alcohol I think I've ever drunk in my life. I'm pretty sure I beat that when I was 12. So, Monster Energy is great, says Far One. Hayden says, I get that, to be honest. I want to say you are a legend. I apologise for what I said earlier. Hayden. I was joking. You know that. Jay says, what are you apologising for? Yeah, you don't need to apologise, Hayden. You make me feel guilty now if you took me seriously. You better not have took me seriously. You should never take me seriously. Nothing I say is ever serious. I've never said anything serious in my life. The main reason I want to get big is because I want to feel important. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. It doesn't make you feel important. I want people to go, oh, Stacks posted, let's go. I've been watching to 2020. You're the only person that has given me those pointers. Yeah, no problem. But don't get into it for that. Yeah. If you're not happy without it, you won't be happy with it. That's what you need to remember. It's true. You need to be just who you are and be happy with who you are, and having like any kind of recognition or anything, shouldn't change who you are. So keep it. God, we're getting deep, man. I'm gonna start crying in a minute. Don't get into that. That feels to me like you've got like some things that, I mean, maybe you're just young. There's lots of youngsters that want to be famous and be well known and all that kind of stuff, but I kind of feel like if you're thinking that this is gonna plug that gap, or this is gonna be like the missing piece of your life, it's not. It's not. You're gonna. Do you know what? If you go down the wrong roads, you might turn into that OnlyFans woman that wants to be Brock Lesnar. Do you know what I mean? Don't go down those roads. Before you know it, you might be knocking out people that are 33 years older than you. Yeah. I look at those people as having something missing in their lives. Do you know what I mean? If you find yourself in a situation where you're knocking out someone that's 33 years older than you, right? Something's gone wrong. Something's not gone right. Yeah? This isn't to be celebrated. Although, for some reason, Addison Gibb thinks that it is. But I'm very much of a different opinion. I think that we've taken a wrong turn somewhere. So don't be that guy. Yeah? Don't be that guy. WWE Central. Oh, flip. WWE Central says, Daniel David Days, this will be my last chat. Oh, thank God. But remember, if you put the brown bag into the Pepsi, Donald Trump will sit on your face so that you can't reach the 92 elephant. There's nothing I can do with that. I mean, there's lots of words that I recognise, but the full sentence, it's a flip him right off, mate, innit? It's a flip him right off. I mean, I feel like that's the kind of thing that you could do a Da Vinci Code movie on, trying to decode whatever that means. So, one day, you know, when you're sober, I hope that you can come back and explain it to us all. I'm very much looking forward to Raw, if you're going to be around, so I can go, hey, do you remember Saturday night? What the flip? Just to see what you say. I'm guessing you'll turn around. I don't know, mate. I was smacked off my face. I had 9 Pepsis. I can't remember any of it. The sugar rush was too intense. But WWE Central, I appreciate the support. I think Hayden has summed it up best. Thank God that is the last Super Chat. I agree. I concur. We love you, WWE Central, but it's been a challenge. It Stacks says, I didn't mean it like that. If you see my videos, I am myself. I just want people to enjoy it because it gives me a good feeling. Well, that's better. But just remember, if it doesn't happen, it shouldn't affect who you are, and you shouldn't seek it for the wrong reasons. Many people are, though. Many people do. Right, we are building to Ryan Garcia against Fortuna, and if you are just joining us, we are literally 30 seconds left in this fight. The fact that it's gone this long, I don't think is a great reflection for Roach at all. Roach really was expected to finish this guy. This Veron is coming in as a late replacement, 3 losses in his last 4. And from what I've been seeing, it looks like he should be picking up another loss here. But he's made it. He's gone all 10 rounds in the co-main event of a Ryan Garcia fight. I mean, it's really impressive. That will be seen as a very useful 10 rounds. So, there we go. The end of that fight. Ring walks were expected about 10 minutes ago. Ring walks were expected about 10 minutes ago for Garcia against Fortuna, but that should be coming up very, very soon. I don't think they're going to make us wait too long. I would imagine you need to get out of Crypto.com Arena at a certain point. I would imagine there's probably some sort of curfew. So, yeah, I mean, in all fairness, we've probably got time. It's West Coast, isn't it? So, in my mind, it was already like nearly 10 past 11, but that's East Coast. West Coast, I don't know, it's probably Tuesday or something. Screw it, I'm going to say it. The 80s were the best era in music, says John. It's a big saying, John. It's big. I mean, it's hard to argue with, but... it's hard to argue. I'm going 90s. Grew up in the 90s. I can't imagine life without Britpop. Britpop to me was fantastic. Maybe it just lacks some real big stars. I mean, like by the 90s, I mean, I suppose you might have the end of Jackson at the start. I suppose he's still technically around, but a lot of his best work is 80s and 70s, isn't it? Elton John, again, his best work's been and gone. I mean, I suppose the big stars in the 90s are boy bands and Britpop. It's difficult. It's really difficult. That's a good one, that is. Good one. I think I'd still wave the flag for 90s. I don't know how hard I could wave it though, but I do love Britpop. I do love Oasis. I do love Blur, Ocean Colour Scene, those kinds of bands. I think dance music as well. I mean, dance music in the 90s. Some of my all-time favourite dance tracks are from the 90s. Unanimous decision. WBO, NABO, welterweight champion. Alexis Rocha has won easily on the scorecards. Winner by unanimous decision. His record is now 20-1. He was expected to win. He does win. And it is a victory for him. And more importantly, coming up next, Ryan Garcia taking on Javier Fortuna. That's going to be our next fight. Let's change this over. Round number 1. As we said, I don't think they're going to make us wait too long for this. 90s had the best music, but 80s was pretty good. Days, is your orange juice freshly squeezed or store-bought? Is it bits or no bits? So, store-bought. Don't have time to be squeezing oranges, yeah. I'm not some kind of pervert. So I don't have time for that. So it's store-bought, and it's, I think, just smooth. I mean, I'm not against bits. You know me, guys. I'm a big fan of bits. But, no, it's smooth. They come in little bottles. They're only little bottles like this, little individual bottles. Main reason being, if I open a big carton, I don't finish it. I'm rubbish. You know, I'll have a glass of it, and then I just won't go back to it. So I tend to just have, like, these little bottles, which I found out is enough to be one of your 5 a day. If you have, like, a little bottle of orange juice, that's one of your 5 a day, which I thought was pretty good. And then, like, you know, I don't know, I read a whole load about it. I'm trying to be healthy. I'm trying to get my 5 a day. It's hard. 90s takes it, no doubt, says Rise and Beats. The British invasion in the 70s, says Mercedes Todd. Who was part of that? Who was part of that British invasion in the 70s? In my head, it's cringe bands. It's bands that are... It's not your Led Zeppelins and people like that, your Pink Floyds. I've got a feeling it's like your... I don't know, your Monkeys equivalents, you know, those kind of shawaddy-waddy type bands. Is it those kind of bands? I have heard of the British invasion from the 70s, but I don't think they're credible bands. I want to have a look now. Don't know if it's going to let me. I mean, I've literally just put 70s invasion, which was really stupid. British invasion music. British invasion, 70s, 80s. Second British invasion. Second British invasion, early to mids. List of British invasion. The following. So, the British invasion was 64 to 66. And it does include, like, The Who and the Beatles and people like that. I don't think that's the one we're talking about, though. Second British invasion. God, when did we invade again? We invaded late 70s, early 80s, Dire Straits, Police, Elvis Costello, Pretenders, Gary Newman, Squeeze, Joe Jackson. I mean, it's not the same, is it? I mean, no offense. We've gone from flipping the Beatles, the Small Faces, the Who, and now all of a sudden we've got Gary Newman, Squeeze, and Joe Jackson. It's the second one that... But then saying that, a lot of follow-ups don't live up to the first, do they? In all fairness. I mean, other than maybe the Star Wars film and the Godfather film, all the sequels are pretty much letdowns. And I feel like that's the same with the second British invasion as well. Didn't quite match the same level as the first. Do you know what I mean? We are at commercial break at the moment. We are at commercial break. Susie and the Benches is pretty cool. Susie and the Benches is pretty cool. WWE Central Mom. Okay. Hi, Days. My son just passed out, and I'm wondering, would you... I don't even want to know what the rest of this message is. I'm honestly terrified by it. I really don't want to know what else it says. As we continue to work our way towards our main event, would you want to have a date with me and maybe Lily can come out to play. I mean, I don't know. This seems legit. I can't see any issues with this super chat. So, I mean, all I would say is, ping your picture over. Yeah, don't do it in DMs. That's really seedy. I ain't going for that. But feel free to ping it over publicly. I'll have a look at it. If you meet my standards, then maybe we can talk about it. There's a good chance you won't, though. I've got high standards. And also, I'm pretty sure that's WWE Central. I'm not 100% certain. I mean, I do get these messages a lot from moms. So, I don't know. We'll have a look. We'll see if you meet the grade. In all fairness, as long as you've got 2 boobs and, you've got the ability to blink, then we're doing all right. Wrestling Rise says, your favourite Beatle? Favourite Beatle? Probably John Lennon. I think it's going to be either John or Paul because of the amount of songs they wrote. And then I think it comes down to their solo careers. And one of them wrote Imagine and one of them didn't. And and it kind of comes down to that, doesn't it? I also think that John and Yoko and just their aura, do you know what I mean? Like the way that they just became larger than life, didn't they? Like with their bed-ins and all that kind of stuff, their like protests and some of the imagery that they were creating. They kind of made themselves in a way. John Lennon feels bigger than a human being. He really has made himself out to be quite otherworldly in a way. I mean, when you think of John Lennon, like, it's just, I don't know. I mean, Paul McCartney, he played Glastonbury the other week, do you know what I mean? Did some Beatles songs, and you just sort of, I don't know, see him around. Well, you don't see him around, but he's on chat shows and whatever. But, like, I don't know, John Lennon's got that kind of mystical second coming kind of vibe to him. So, he was something pretty special, man. Something pretty special. And again, he wrote Imagine. So, well done to him. Got a really sick, I don't think I've got it here, but got a really sick John Lennon box set, actually. It's got loads of his, obviously, work, but a lot of his unreleased stuff as well. It was this anthology box set. It's really nice. I haven't seen it in years. I think it's in storage. Need to find it. Right, Ryan Garcia against Javier Fortuna. And we've got, Eric said, what if they've got 3 boobs? Jesus Christ. Don't even send the picture, just send me your address. Woo! Yeah! Saturday! Saturday night's alright. That's what I'm saying. Right, we are approaching our way to the main event of the evening. We've had 1,444 votes. That shot up, didn't it? That's what happens when you chat about Pepsi. Do you know what? Our views have gone up as well. How have people joined us as we've been talking about all that stuff and gone, this is where I need to be. This is where I'm staying this Saturday night. Do you know what? Shout out to all of you. I only jumped over here to look at the poll, this behind the scenes bit, and 82% of people have gone with Garcia. 18% of people have gone with Fortuna as well. We've seen Ryan Garcia backstage. No more talking about Pepsi. No more talking about invasions. Yeah, none of this kind of stuff. I don't care if you've got 4 boobs. Right, we're moving on from that. We're moving our way to the main event of the evening, the whole purpose and reason why we're here. And that is Ryan Garcia taking on Javier Fortuna. Garcia coming in at minus 1,200. Fortuna at plus 750. Garcia looking to bring that early storm. He's very confident. He's the bigger fighter. Great counter left hook. Power in both hands. Incredible hand speed. He's got a great counter punch on him. He was dropped against Campbell, and we were talking about that earlier. There are chinks in his defense. He can be dropped. You can get at him. There's some noise coming from the Crypto.com arena as well. The excitement is building, definitely feeling like a happening at the moment. So, yeah, you know, he can keep his chin high. There's a few footwork question marks. He can be a little bit flat-footed at times. He does make a few defensive mistakes. He can also be, just to really, you know, stick the knife in, he can also be a little bit off balance. He puts a lot of weight forwards, and he puts a lot of weight on that front leg. And there's lots of problems, man. I mean, it feels like he is there for the taking for the right fighter. The right fighter can exploit some of these weaknesses, some of these chinks. They are things that he can work out, but just, you know, of what I've seen of him recently, it looks like he's still got these little chinks, and that is something we're going to look out for. You know, is he leaving his chin up? How exposed is he leaving himself? Is he putting too much weight forward? Is he committing himself a bit too much? Defensively, question marks. Offensively, fantastic. What a fighter. This is not me laying into Ryan Garcia at all. Wonderful fighter. We are talking about, is he one of the best in the world right now? My response would be that I've got a few question marks around that, and I want to see his defense in particular tonight. And I want to see, like, is he going to be able to, you know, survive against a really good fighter? Fortuna is a really skilled fighter, former world champion. He's not got the speed or the power, but he does have good volume. He's very, very skilled. He can get shots through. He's someone that is very active, works at a high pace. I don't know that he's going to be able to maintain that pace across 12 rounds. That's going to be critical. If he can, he's got a chance. I'm expecting Garcia to get the job done. I think he's going to win it late. I think it's going to be a stoppage. I'm leaning to TKO. Late TKO for Ryan Garcia. Let's go round 8. I was feeling 9, but I'm going to go round 8. Ryan Garcia, TKO. 10 years younger. I mean, it's nothing. He thinks he's Ed Matthews here. Only 10 years younger than his opponent. So Garcia, 23. Fortuna, 33. And, you know, Fortuna, as we said, made his debut in 2009. He's been fighting professionally for 13 years. Ryan Garcia's been fighting professionally for 6. The difference in experience is vast. Vast difference in experience. Fortuna is making his way down. But Ryan Garcia is he's got incredible hand speed. He's got power in both hands. When we talk about what he delivers going forwards, beast. He's fantastic. Like, I don't think that he is overhyped. I feel like he really is a fantastic fighter. Against someone like Devin Haney, though, I think he loses. I think he loses to Devin Haney. But against someone like Fortuna, I think he wins. Against Tank Davis, I think he loses, to be honest. But I want to see that fight. He wants that fight. If he wins here, that's the next fight. So I want to see it, man. I want to see it. I want him to win tonight. I want to get the Tank Davis fight. Let's go. Let's go. We're getting announcements right now. We're up to 1,500 votes. Get in your thoughts. People have voted, but get specific. What do you expect? Who do you think's going to win? How are they going to win? What round are they going to win in? Let me know. What are you predicting? What are you expecting? 82% of you that have voted are expecting Garcia to win. 18% of you are with Fortuna. So that's where we are. Might as well just keep that poll going a little bit longer as we continue to get to the fight. We've still got the ring walks to go and the announcements. This can take a good 10 minutes. So we are still working our way towards the fights. But it is, here he is. Fortuna has made his way out. He's got a big smile on his face. He has made that walk a lot of times. He's made that walk over 40 times. Well, not that walk, but ring walks, making his way down his black and gold on his robe. Can't wait for Jake Paul to finally get knocked out next month. What is your prediction on that fight? I think it's a challenge, to be honest. I think that Jake Paul hasn't really fought like a proper boxer. I think that Hasim Rahman is not a great boxer, but he is a boxer. His record against opposition is... so I think the people that he's faced have won more than they've lost, but that his last fight really skews that. If you actually take that last fight out, which he did lose, his opponent's records don't actually look that great. So I'm not going to sit here and say that Hasim Rahman is this amazing boxer. He's not, but he is a boxer. He's had boxing fights. He's trained boxing. He's the son of a massive star. Someone that, I think got the win over Lennox Lewis. And I am thinking that this could be a real challenge because Jake Paul is someone that I think has done very well. I think he's also got lots of chinks in his arsenal. There's moments in fights, his most recent fights, where he looks a bit flat-footed or, he doesn't really flow or look like a world champion level boxer. What he says is not what I see in the ring. A great knockout against Tyron Woodley, but in that first fight against Woodley, he's getting smashed up against the ropes, and people are asking why is Woodley not putting him away. Woodley doesn't put him away and allows Jake Paul back into the fight. I'm not saying that was fixed. I'm just saying that Woodley almost found a way through in the first fight. Second fight, Jake Paul showed improvement, got the knockout, which was fantastic, not taking that away from him. But how big is Woodley compared to Hasim Rahman? Hasim Rahman is having to drop down in weight. He is taller. He is bigger. He is a boxer. This is going to be a problem. Hand speed and stuff like that, there's a chance Jake Paul might edge it. I mean, to be honest, I can't get a read of that, but I would imagine that they have hand-selected Hasim Rahman for a reason. And I would imagine there's a few things about him that they like the look of. I would imagine there's a game plan for Jake Paul as well. I would imagine that they are feeling relatively confident. And, I don't think they just picked him out of fresh air. I think that they've been studying and looking, and I think there's probably people that are looking for the right opponents and looking for certain things, and I think Rahman probably fits that. Because you've got to know that he's got how many options? Loads of options, so... Yeah, I think it's a challenge. I think it's a challenge. I don't know if I can go as far as to say he's going to lose. I just feel like he will have scouted this. But it is a boxer. It is a boxer. You can't say he hasn't fought a boxer. You can say he's not fought a good boxer. But it is a boxer. It's a big boxer as well. Right, we've got trumpeters here marking the arrival of Garcia. Garcia steps out on the entrance stage. Pyro shoots up into the sky. There's a big cheer for him. He's in white and blue. The trumpeters. Garcia trying to get them to make some noise. He wants them to make a bit more noise than what they are. I do have the sound turned down, but it does sound a little quiet in all truth. Maybe it's just not mic'd very well, but the pyro is shooting up. There's a lot of pyro. Pyro's shooting up into the sky as Garcia makes his way out. He's looking relaxed. If anything, he was just trying to get the crowd to kind of make a bit more noise. Making his way down. He's got a white robe on. It's got nice blue lining, dark blue lining. He looks great. He always looks great. And he looks very relaxed, cool, calm, calculated. Very confident. Rose said she would kick your butt. I don't believe her. Rose? Who's Rose? Out of Titanic? Yeah. Tell her to call me. Sexy boomer. I had a little slow. I think Tyson's hands were faster than his next opponent. I think Tyron's hands were faster than his next opponent. Interesting. Yeah, I think Jake Paul will, that opponent will have been scouted. I think that he will go in with some distinct advantages. But you still can't take away his size or how he looks. I mean, he's big, he's a boxer, he's got shots. I think he's even got a knockout on his record as well. But it's against cans. But listen, if Jake Paul gets past him, Jake Paul is showing that at the very least he's not a can. Do you know what I mean? Like, it weren't that long ago he was facing like basketball people, basketball stars and YouTubers. And we were all like rolling our eyes. If he gets past this guy, at least he's got to the level where he can say, yeah, I'm a boxer. I mean, I feel like he's pretty much at that level anyway. I think that we have, even if some of us don't want to admit it, I think we have kind of accepted that he can box and he can do some stuff. But it's just how good are his abilities. Are they good enough to get past this guy? It's going to be really interesting. We will do that fight. We will do that fight on the channel. I just wish we'd done Ed Matthews against Simple Simon. To be honest, didn't even know about it, but we would have been all over that. 33 age gap. We could have had a lot of fun there. Jerry Cantu is the referee for this one. Both fighters have made their way into the ring. What was your favourite childhood game? I don't know, mate. Push the old person over. That was pretty fun. I don't know, to be honest. Childhood game. Jesus Christ, I don't know. How old do you think I am? Makes it sound like I'm playing in the street with a stick. I mean, I had a Mega Drive. So, I don't know, Sonic. I'm not that old. Jesus. Fortuna getting his intro. It's Fortuna from Cuba. It's Dominican Republic. Are you doing KSI against whoever is fighting? Do you know what? I think we probably will. I don't know the name. Well, I know the name. It's Alex Wasabi, right? I don't know who that is. I'm not saying that like as a joke or anything. I don't know who that is. So it's not a fight that intrigues me, and it's not a fight right now I can give you any insight into. I don't know. So we have had a lot of people asking for it, though. So at the moment, I am definitely tempted to do it, yes. But I'm doing it for you more than I'm doing it for me. Ryan Garcia has got King Ryan on his shorts. Looks good, man. He looks good. He's got quite a few tattoos. Big back piece and on his chest as well. I don't follow his social media, so I don't see any tattoo updates. But there's definitely been some. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with this one. Round number 1 coming up. This is what we were all here for. This is the big main event of the evening. About half an hour later than we were expecting, but it doesn't matter. We're here now. Yeah, if he gets past this, big fights await. Big fights await. Might even get a bit of commentary in on this. Let's have a listen. Okay, here we go. Round number 1. We're underway. Garcia against Fortuna. So this was meant to take place last year. Nice jabs to the body at the moment by Fortuna. Oh, heavy shot there. Heavy left hand by Garcia around the side. He's jabbing away with that left hand. Nice defense by Fortuna. Good head movement. Ducking underneath that left jab. Fortuna, Garcia standing in the centre. I'm loving these jabs and hooks. That was a nice right hand, though, by Garcia. Straight down the middle. If this is where Fortuna is going to stand, he's going to get pieced up. He's just kind of planted himself in front of Garcia, and we're not seeing a great deal of movement. He has now started to move right round to the side, but if he does stand in front of Garcia, he's going to get tagged up, and this is better by Fortuna, because we are just seeing a bit more movement from him now, a bit more lateral. Nice left hand straight there by Garcia. Fortuna trying to come back with a right straight of his own. Garcia seems to be landing with his shots. Seems to have settled into the rhythm of the fight really well early doors. So both fighters in there, and Garcia is the bigger fighter. He's got, I believe, that slight reach advantage. So and he's using all of it as well, getting through those jabs. He's trying to keep Fortuna back, but Fortuna has got Garcia up against the corner, but into the clinch, straight into the clinch. Referee coming in and separating them apart. Straight into the middle again. Guard coming up here by Garcia. Garcia in white and blue. Fortuna in black and gold. And we are seeing some right hands coming in by Fortuna. And he's trying to get through shots. A few shots trying to get through. Overhand. And referee just having a word with Fortuna there about going around the back of the head. But that was better by Fortuna. He was putting a few shots together there. Such an interesting kind of game of chess, this. Because already in this fight, in the first few minutes, we've seen Fortuna kind of standing in front of Garcia. Then he started to imply a bit of movement. Still he's been getting jabbed and being dealt with. And now we're starting to see him putting together a few combos, trying to find a way of not only moving, but how can he get in? How can he work his attacks? All of that within the space of a few minutes in the opening round. Garcia doing very well. Doing very, very well here. Nice hook shot, and Fortuna just getting out of the way. Nice little counter there, but it falls onto the guard. Again, Garcia taking a few steps back. Garcia standing his ground in the center. We got Fortuna on the outside. Desperately trying to find a way through, trying to get into some sort of rhythm, but not finding it. And that first round for me is a Garcia first round. Garcia first round. Let me know in the chat how you're scoring it. If you see it different, say so. It's if you see it the same, then say so as well. First round, Garcia. It's time, says Beetlejuice. Let's go, Garcia. Come on, Ryan Garcia, says Legend Killer. Definitely a speed difference, says Shola. Let's pop that there. Yep. Put in your thoughts. He would chase Loma if he wins this. F the tank money, says Swarm. Alistair, shout out to you. Austin, shout out to you. Austin said it's a Garcia round. Round number 2. Here we go. Round number 2. So Garcia standing his ground in the center. We've got Fortuna again. He does seem sharper, does seem faster. Garcia. Nice body shot coming in there by Fortuna. I like that. He went low to the body with the left. He went high with the right. Couldn't land with either. Good defense there by Garcia. Again, just looking at the chin on Garcia. Is he keeping it a bit too high? Is he keeping it covered? How much weight is he putting on that lead leg? Yeah, he is accused of being flat-footed, and you can see signs of that here. If you look at his feet, he is quite flat-footed. You know, I mean, he is not. We're not seeing him bouncing. We're not seeing him moving. We're not seeing him quick to react. He does sort of just plant himself, put himself in front of his opponent. Trying to throw in a left-hand jab there. High guard up here by Fortuna. I mean, what I will say is that Fortuna lost that first round, but there was no real moments of, like, panic or anything. Garcia again trying to get through a few jabs. Hook shot is nice. He's got a lovely left hook. His left hook shot is really nice. Hand speed is great. Couple of shots coming back by Fortuna. Nice head movement there by Garcia as he was getting backed up against the ropes a little bit. Into the clinch. Referee coming in, separating them apart. as Fortuna looking to try and get a few shots through. Again, edging forward. Nice right hand there by Garcia. Fortuna covering up, throwing out a right jab. Again, some big shots coming through here by Garcia, but just falling short. This round feels a little bit closer. I don't feel like Garcia has been getting through with as much. First round is Garcia round. This round at the moment, I feel like if someone has a big final minute, they'll take it. Nice body shot there by Garcia, though. Nice body shot. Kind of measured him, put out his left hand and then went in with the right to the body. And we are just seeing some of these shots by Fortuna just falling short. 1, 2, nice little shot there again by Garcia. Into the clinch, referee coming in, separating them apart. So again, we are seeing a couple of quick jabs coming in, left-hand jabs coming in by Garcia. Fortuna coming down low. He's got his hands real low as well. I mean, he is trying to coax Garcia in. And Garcia not falling for anything at the moment. Just laying some foundation work. Couple of big shots in this round. Couple of big moments. Big-ish moments, if you will. Going Garcia's way. So, for me, this is going to be another Garcia round. I can't say that Fortuna really did anything to take that one, but I would say it was closer than the first. But I'm going to give that to Ryan Garcia. So, at the moment, 2-0 Garcia. At the moment, 2-0 to Garcia. Again, let me know how you're seeing it and how you're scoring it. At the moment, 2-0 Garcia. Dylan has got it 2-0 Garcia as well. Don't be scared to say if you do see it different. I ain't bothered. Certainly, you never know how the judges are seeing it. So if you are seeing something you think we're not picking up on or not commentating on or not seeing, fire it in the chat. Commentators saying good positive start by Garcia at the moment. Austin says 2-0 Garcia rounds. Would love to see Chow against Silva in a boxing fight, says Beetlejuice. I mean, some of my favourite MMA fights are between those two. Absolute classics. Right, we are underway with round number 3. Of course, they can go 12. 3 minutes a round, of course. A little bit different to MMA if you watch that, which is 5-minute rounds. Nice shot to the body by Fortuna, getting body shot through. Again, nice right hand coming through by Garcia, but onto the defense of Fortuna. I mean, you can see the quality of Fortuna here. Garcia's being very respectful, but Fortuna is not getting himself into any dangerous situations, or certainly not at the moment. Trying to find a way through the defense here. A couple of right-hand jabs there by Fortuna, but just hitting air. 1-2 down the middle by Garcia, but just hit off the guards. Fortuna is over against the ropes. Looks like some of these jabs by Garcia are just falling short. Feels like there's quite a bit at the moment that's not getting through. Again, another jab there, doesn't land. Another jab. That one might have got through. That one felt like it fell short. It's hard, actually, at the moment to see exactly what is getting through by either fighter. 1-2. That looked like it got through. Body shot got through there by Garcia as well. That was good. These are getting through into the clinch. Garcia has definitely registered some shots that have got through. And at the moment, it does feel like it is just small margins. Nice hook shot there. Fortuna, again, having a little look, seeing if he can find a way through. I've got him 2 rounds down, and at the moment, you'd have to say he's probably losing this third as well. Trying to throw in a straight right. He is trying to get into a rhythm here, Fortuna, but Garcia has done a really good job of not allowing him into a rhythm. Nice jab gets through there by Garcia. Just working the jab really, really well. The left hook shot as well by Garcia has been really good. Not landed it too many times, but it does look like a constant threat. And a couple of shots coming in by Fortuna, but falling short. He is giving Garcia a few things to think about, though. This is not Garcia steamrolling Fortuna, but it does feel like we're going to be at 3-0 in a second. And it's quite quiet inside the arena at the moment. We are seeing just a few jabs coming through by Garcia. We're seeing Fortuna backed up against the ropes at the moment. Fortuna coming back with a straight right of his own. Bouncing around on the outside. We're just a few seconds away from the end. And that is the end of the round. I've got it as... I got it 3-0. I mean, what I will say is Fortuna is not being troubled, but he's not troubling either. It's actually relatively comfortable for both fighters. So both fighters seem to be doing a really great job at the moment. Garcia more so. I've got him 3-0 up. It is literally just him edging rounds. It's just him just finding a few jabs, finding a few shots, using that reach advantage, using that hand speed, getting in, getting his shots, taking those steps back. And... Fortuna just not being able to do the same thing in response. So, I've got it 3-0. Jay's got it 3-0. Easy has got it 3-0. Legend Killer's got it 3-0. James has got it 3-0. Fortuna. 3-0 Garcia, 3-0 Garcia. Here we go. Round number 4. Big night. Big night tonight. This is a big night for Fortuna, but it's a big night for Garcia as well. Garcia coming out right into the center of the ring, firing in some jabs. And they look like they're getting through. The rights are getting through there. It's hard to know if they're actually hitting on the head or the inside of the guard. But either way, I feel like something was getting through there, so... nice uppercut, but just falls short by Fortuna. Fortuna, again, trying to lunge forward with a straight right. We've got Garcia over, trying to drive Fortuna against the ropes. But Fortuna trying to respond with a left hand. That left hand seemed to get through. There's a couple of rights that are getting through by Garcia and a straight right as well. And he goes to the body and he's letting the hands go. That was good. There was a little sequence in there by Garcia. That's probably the best that we've seen from him. And again, he's starting to get into a rhythm, going to the body. There's a hook shot getting through. Garcia's finding that rhythm. Nice body shot. Oh, Fortuna goes down. Fortuna goes down. Fortuna goes down. Referee is counting. Fortuna gets up to his feet. The gum shield had come out, and I think that's a tactic that Fortuna uses just to get a few extra seconds. Referee wants them to put some water on it, but Fortuna down in the fourth. Down in the fourth. Fortuna goes down. He takes a knee in the fourth. There's still 1 minute 12 to go. If Garcia can get a 4th round stoppage here, that'd be a big result for him. I've got him winning in the 8th. This is earlier than I would be expecting. Fortuna with his hands down. He's the one now that's trying to drive Garcia back. Fortuna seems to be all right. He's certainly not out on his feet. He's the one that's taking the fight to Garcia at the moment. 40-odd seconds to go. Garcia's not chasing anything. Fortuna seems to be a little bit of a dangerous animal at the moment. I think he knows that he's well behind on the scorecards. He's definitely losing this round. And I think he also knows that he needs to try and kill a bit of time. Sometimes the best form of defense is offense. And that's what Fortuna has adopted. 20-odd seconds, though, for him to try and survive as Garcia starts to find that rhythm again. Couple of jabs coming in, couple of jabs up top. Lovely right hand to the body by Garcia. 8 seconds for Fortuna to survive. He's just on the back foot, trying to stay out the way. And he's gonna see it through this round. Damn, man. Crucial body shot, said Rivy. I don't need to ask you who won that round. I don't need to ask anyone who won that round. Devin Haney is in the house. Devin Haney said, so far is doing what he's meant to be doing. Body shot was nice. Body shot was real nice. Bang. Just seeing a replay of it. It's a beautiful body shot. And you can see the delayed reaction as well. The delayed reaction by Fortuna. Like, he gets hit in the body and then a moment later he goes... They're just asking Devin Haney who does he think's going to be next. He says we need to wait and see. It could be Kambosos again. Yeah, I mean, listen, he ain't going to take too many of those body shots for Tuna. Nice right hand coming in. Is this the round that Garcia ups the ante? Is this the round that Fortuna gets put away in? Devin Haney, my Muslim brother, I love him so much, says Retribution. Julian said Garcia's going to KO him. Beetlejuice said Garcia has trained with the best of the best. Right, we're already about 40-odd seconds into this one. 4-0 to Garcia. Nice hook shot there by Fortuna. Lovely straight left there by Garcia. Fortuna was down, but, I mean, he went down to a beautiful body shot. He seems to have recovered. No signs in there of him carrying any kind of injury or being uncertain. He's trying to duck out the way. He's getting backed up. Oh, he goes down again. He goes down a second time. Fortuna down. He's right back to his feet, though. Right back to his feet, but down for a second time. Standing count by the ref. Damn, man. He's got another minute and 30 to try and survive. Garcia coming forward. Garcia really showing his class. Knocks him down in the 4th. Puts him down in the 5th. Left hook, lovely, lovely shot there by Garcia that put him down. And again, he's got him up against the ropes. These shots just falling short. If he connects with some of these, he might have him down for a 3rd time. Lovely power shots, the hand speed, the power. If you're trapped against the ropes and you've got Ryan Garcia in front of you, you're in trouble. Shot to the body there by Fortuna. Couple of shots coming back, though, by Garcia. 48 seconds left on the clock. Time is ticking down. Both fighters in the center of the ring. Garcia having a little look. Straight left coming in. Fortuna, good head movement. Keeping the hands up. Keeping the hands up, but by doing that, he's leaving a few body shot opportunities for the bigger, longer fighter. 20-odd seconds to go. Is Fortuna going to survive another round? I mean, it's not kind of survival, but it is kind of survival. Fortuna's in there, and he's, moving and trying to work, and he's trying to get a rhythm. But he is losing this fight, and he's been dropped twice. End of the round. End of the round. Let's go, Garcia. Boom, boom. Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely one-way traffic at the moment. One-way traffic. 2 knockdowns by Garcia. We are going into round number 6, though. Every round, Garcia. 2 knockdowns in there for him as well. It's a great showcase. He's not forcing anything. He doesn't need to force anything. Love it or hate it, the underdogs are on top. 5-0 Garcia, says Austin. They'll stop it, says Azim. Yeah, big round. Big round for Garcia. Is this the round it ends? 2 knockdowns in a row for Ryan Garcia. Fortuna's come out, though, is throwing to the body. If you are just joining us, the story of this fight, all 6 rounds, or 5 rounds so far, going to Garcia. 2 knockdowns, and he's down again! He's down again! Fortuna down for a 3rd time! He's down to 1 knee! The mouthpiece has come out! It's done and it's over! It's done and it's over! Ryan Garcia wins in the 6th! Ryan Garcia wins! He just had too much power, too much hand speed. And he has passed a hurdle, a decent hurdle. And he said before the fight, he wanted Tank Davis. He wanted Tank Davis next. He sent a message. He's got to finish. He's finished a guy that's never been stopped. It's big. It's big. Got to put respect on that. He stopped a guy that's never been stopped. I thought it was going to be a challenge. I thought if Fortuna could get into a rhythm, he could definitely ask some questions. But the truth is, he never got into that rhythm. It is a superb performance by Ryan Garcia. He stops him in the 6th. Want to hear what he's got to say, though. Listen, the fight is one thing, but what does he say after? We all want to know. Is he calling out Tank Davis? What is he going to say? What is this going to set up? Yeah, it was looked like quite simple. 1-2 left hook and down to the knee. Goes Fortuna. Yeah, look at that. Bang, bang. So it was 1-2 left hook. 1-2 left hook. That just puts him down. He goes down to 1 knee. He goes down for the 3rd time, and for the 2nd time, spits out his mouthpiece. Spits his mouthpiece out, and I think he knew he was done, man. I think he knew that this was a fight he wasn't winning. And the two of them embrace after. Left, right, left hook. Nice finish. You can't pull back with your chin up like that. Tank is going to sleep him, said WCO. He tore him up, says Herbert. Look out, Tank. You're going to be in for a hell of a fight. Headshot or body shot? Headshot. 1-2, straight down the middle and left hook to the head. Everything to the head there. Bang, bang, bang. And it didn't knock him out. What it did is it kind of took him down and he went down to 1 knee. I mean, look, it's a stoppage against a very good opponent. But I don't know that it's necessarily going to make... well, it might make the highlight reel, but it won't be the focus of it. Kim Rai gets his hand raised. King Rai gets his hand raised. It's all about the post-fight interview. Ryan Garcia, winner by knockouts. 27 seconds into round 6. Had him down in 4. Had him down in 5. Put him down in 6. He couldn't carry on. It's a great result. It's a great result. Approximate said, it's funny how much people hate to see Ryan winning. Listen, we're waiting for the post-fight interview. I want to hear him call out Tank. I want to hear exactly what gets said. I don't know if Tank's there, to be honest. They showed us Devin Haney. So we've just got to wait for that. We are going to be doing other boxing on the channel. We'll be doing Joshua against Usyk. We're going to have a look at Jake Paul against Rahman, of course. I'm even looking at KSI. That feels a bit dirtier, though. But, yeah, listen, whatever's going to happen here, next time that we see Ryan Garcia, we're on it. We're covering it. We just got a little advert for Ortiz Jr. as they're just making us wait a little bit longer for this post-fight interview. I think they know this is something people are going to be really interested in, and here we go. Here we go. There are wins and there are statements. And you just made a statement. Ryan Garcia said, before I say anything, I want to look up and I want to thank God. So try and fulfill what God has got in store for your life, says Ryan Garcia. Positive message. I know that I performed well for myself. I was crisp. I was sharp. I know how good I am, and I didn't do anything crazy. That is true, actually. He was very calculated. He didn't chase anything. The fight speaks for itself. He said he felt better today than he was against Tago last time out. Ryan Garcia said he hit hard. Fortuna has come over as Garcia is doing his post-fight interview. They're still focusing on the fight at the moment. The king of tuna cans, Garcia gets tanky feet, maximizes his reach and height, says Tito. Aaron, good night to you, dudes. Appreciate you joining us. Hope you enjoyed the fight. He tried to throw the Luke Campbell shot, and I feel like everyone's going to try and do that to me now. Ryan Garcia says he hits hard. Right, you was meant to do this fight last year. Did this feel like a restart? Garcia said it feels like a statement to be at the timeline where I was last year. Garcia says mental health is a time to reflect on yourself and it's not weakness. So he's just making a statement about that. Garcia said he's got love for Fortuna. He's got love for everybody. He's sending a real positive message. I bet my house on tank, says Azim. Villa are playing Leeds in half an hour, says Adil. Are they? So he wants tank. He says, I'm not afraid. Winning that fight will get me the respect that I deserve. If there's a will, there is a way. There we go. He's made it very, very clear. They just said to him, what do you say to those people that say different networks, different promoters? The fight's never going to happen. And Garcia says, where there's a will, there is a way. He said, I'll record the negotiations as well. If this thing breaks down, I don't want any talk about that I'm ducking. So he is very, very serious. Very, very serious about getting that Tank Davis fight. Or certainly that's the message that he's putting out there. I've got mad respect for that. Who doesn't want to see that fight? Tank Davis against Ryan Garcia is a massive, massive fight. That thing does mental numbers. Mental numbers. I mean, Tank Davis is just a flipping bona fide star in his own right. So is Ryan Garcia. You smash them two together, you get in one of the biggest pay-per-views of the year. It's a big, big fight, man. They need to make that fight. They need to make that fight. I don't think Tank Davis is going to duck Garcia. And listen, if I'm going to take Garcia at face value, he ain't ducking Tank Davis. So, get it done. For the sake of boxing, get it done. Who won? It was Garcia. Garcia won by TKO in round 6. So, Garcia wins by TKO in round 6. I'm just going to get a few of your final thoughts before we send this home. He's got the judges' scorecards in his hand. Haven't seen what they are, but if it's anything other than him winning every round, then there needs to be an investigation because he absolutely dominated. Shola said it's a huge fight. Can't wait. Rivi says, make it happen. What a fight, says Legend Killer. Sergeant said if Garcia ever did beat Tank, he would never get the respect anyway. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe against like some of the. I don't know. Maybe against some of the fans. But I think that it would definitely win some people over. I mean, I've got a lot of respect for Garcia anyway. I think the fact that he was able to get past Campbell just shows that he's a fantastic fighter. I think a lot of people look at his like social media stuff and it rubs them up the wrong way. And, you know, to be honest, I don't pay attention to that, so it doesn't affect me. I just watch his fights, and every time I've seen him, I've seen someone that's got some holes in their defense. Actually, he looked all right. He was still very flat-footed in there tonight. And there's still definitely opportunities where you could get at the chin. So I do still think that there are some holes, but he was quite calculated tonight. You know, he was not chasing things. He was going about his work. He was applying pressure. And as I said, you know, he wasn't chasing after anything. He wasn't, you know, pouring on or doing anything stupid. And he made comment to that afterwards. So I actually thought he fought quite a good fight tonight. And in all fairness, to finish Fortuna, who is a former world champion, and actually get him out there in round 6. This is a guy that's never been stopped. He's 33 years old. He's hardly over the hill. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's took quite a bit of damage, and he's been in a lot of fights. He's had over 40 professional fights, over 200 amateur fights. Maybe there is a little bit of, things catching up with him, but I think that would be doing Ryan Garcia a real disservice. He destroyed Fortuna tonight. And I do agree with what they just said. You know, there are wins and there are statements. And Garcia has made a statement there. He's made a statement. If he thinks he's ready for Tank Davis, and in all fairness, I can't really think of too many other levels you can go to, then yeah, let's do it. I mean, I'm down for it. I'm flipping down for it. Have you got Charles Oliveira winning or Islam? I've got Charles Oliveira. I think he's more proven. I do think Islam is a fantastic fighter and he could absolutely win. But if I was to bet my money on someone, I would go with Oliveira because I know what I'm going to get from him. And he's been in there with Gaethje and Poirier and Chandler and he's beaten them. So I feel more confident that I'm going to, my money will be a bit safer with Oliveira. But Islam has not fought that level of competition. And this is a big step up for him. I mean, this could be a little bit too soon. Maybe he needs wins over Gaethje, Poirier, people along those lines. Yeah, I don't know. It feels a little bit early. But he's got a hell of a chance. This is not me disrespecting Islam Makhachev because he is a contender. I'm super excited for the fight. But right now I'm leaning Charles Oliveira. Herbert, shout out to you, my friend. Awesome night of fights. Can't wait for the next one. Great time watching me. I'm glad you had fun, my friends. I'm glad you had fun. Slim D, appreciate the kind words. I always feel when people are saying thanks a lot, mate, but that's kind of like a way of going, wrap it up now, yeah? I mean, in all fairness, it is 5 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. Austin says, I think Charles Oliveira is going to win as well. Ledger Killer, shout out to you, my friend. So, yeah, look, wild. Great fight. There's not a great deal to break down. Not that we haven't, spoke about. Every round, dominant. 3 knockdowns. Wins with the third. In round 6, TKO. 1-2, left hook shot is to the head. Puts Fortuna down. Doesn't knock him out. He just goes down to one knee. Doesn't respond to the count. I mean, spits out his mouth guard, and I think he knows he's done. Kind of quits, actually. He made him quit. He humbled him, man. Flipping humbled him. But, we all knew. He was absolutely dominating the fight, so... But I love that post-fight interview as well. I love that he calls out Tank. I love that he says, I'm going to film the negotiations. I love that he's, deathly serious about wanting that fight. There's nothing about that statement or what he was saying before that makes me think that he's just gesturing or just saying it for effect. Like, he wants that fight. We want that fight. If Tank Davis wants that fight, gotta think there's a real great chance it's going to happen. So, fingers crossed, man. Fingers crossed. Basu said, before you go, Jake Paul, Hassim Rahman predictions. I am going to be doing that fight. So hit the subscribe if you want to join us for future boxing streams. Obviously you can join us anyway. You don't have to subscribe. But yeah, we are going to be doing the Jake Paul one. I'm really looking forward to it. We spoke about it earlier. I think that they've selected him for a reason. I mean, they are not stupid. He has got some very clever people around him. I think they are getting a lot of... what boxer does not want that payday? They have got really their pick of whoever they want. They can look for a certain style, hand speeds, marketability, all that kind of stuff. They've probably got a list of people. Because as soon as this fight with Tommy Fury fell through, they were very quick to find a replacement. And I don't think they were scrambling. I think they've got a list on standby at all times. And so they've gone and got Hassim Rahman. I mean, look, love him or hate him, if he beats Rahman, he's beaten a boxer. This guy, he might have only beaten Cans, but these are boxers, and this is what boxers do. Yeah, in the early stages of their career, they beat journeymen. Yeah, they beat people that just are there to be beaten. And that's what Rahman has done. Rahman came up against the test, came up against the challenge, and he lost. Right? He lost his last fight. The question mark really should be, is Jake Paul a boxer? Because for the longest time, a lot of people out there said, no, he's a YouTuber. He's not a boxer. He's a YouTuber. He's not beating a boxer. You can't be a boxer unless you beat a boxer. Well, if he beats Rahman, I can't keep moving the goalposts. Can't keep moving the goalpost. If he beats Rahman, he has beaten a boxer. Might not be a very good boxer, but I think I would be at the point where I would say Jake Paul is a boxer. He is a boxer that has beaten a boxer, and he can go on to have a boxing career. I don't know that he goes on to be a world champion like he wants to be, but I think that he would be able to go up against other boxers, be it journeymen, be it Cans, whatever, and get victories. So I think this is an important fight, actually, for him. This is maybe the fight that is going to win over a few more people. Just like Ryan Garcia, there's going to be a load of people that are going to need much more than this to be convinced. For me personally, I think if he beats Rahman, then I'm willing to accept that he is a boxer. I mean, he can go in there against certain level of opposition and get results, right? And that makes him a boxer. The question will always be, how good of a boxer is he? That will, that's a question that we're always going to be asking and trying to find answers to. But I think that I'm leaning towards him winning. I do think that Rahman is bigger. I think that he's got power. He's got a knockout in his history. I do think that he's got more boxing skill than anyone that Jake has potentially faced before. But I do worry about the fact that he could be a bit slow. I do worry about the fact that he could be a bit plodding. I do worry about the fact that Jake might be able to get in, get a few shots, get out of there, might be able to be that little bit quicker. But so that's why I'm thinking that he probably stands a good chance against him. But Rahman's got to be ready for that. He's not had a load of time to prepare either, has he? I mean, he's going to have a few weeks at least. I mean, he ain't got no time. He's got a few weeks to prepare. And the truth is, if Jake Paul's a load of rubbish, like people out there think, Rahman should just beat him. If he's a load of rubbish and he's not a boxer, Rahman should just get the win. And I'm leaning towards maybe Jake Paul getting the win now. I'm leaning to Jake Paul getting the win. I think they've hand-selected Rahman for a reason. I think they see openings. I think his hand speed's not going to be as good. And I think that they feel that is a boxer that they can get a result against. So I'm leaning Jake Paul. I definitely need to have a look at Rahman a bit more. I'm leaning Jake Paul, but bigger than that, I think if Jake does win, I'm willing to accept that he is a boxer and that he can win against certain boxers. Because really, up until this point, he's beaten Ben Askren, who's got no striking ability. The only thing that you can really measure him on are his 2 fights against Woodley. First one went the distance and he was in trouble at one point. And then really his last fight against Woodley, he gets the knockout. I mean, that last win is easily his biggest to date. That knockout is his biggest moment so far. But it's still against Tyron Woodley, and it's not against someone that has got boxing abilities and trains specifically with striking, footwork. I mean, the footwork in boxing is different to MMA. And so, like, all of the mechanics are different. So it's like, this is going to be the first time he goes in with someone, to my knowledge, has only trained boxing and has got boxing footwork and can set up boxing shots, and someone that has had training camps and has had proper professional boxing fights, something which I don't believe Woodley, Askren, or anyone that Jake Paul has faced has had. I mean, I think Jake Paul's opponent records so far is 0-1. If you take all of the professional boxing fights that all of Jake Paul's opponents have had, it's 0-1. And that one is Tyron Woodley's first fight that counts. That loss, the first one, is the only professional boxing fight that any of his opponents have had. So now he's going up against someone that's, all right, he might have wins and there might be against cans, but at least he's going up against someone that's got at least one win in boxing. He's never fought anyone that's won a professional. Think about that. Think about everything. Think of all of the stuff Jake Paul has ever said. Think of all of the hype. Think of everything that's ever been said. Jake Paul has never beaten someone that has won a professional boxing match. He's never beaten someone that's won a professional boxing match. The record of his opponents is 0-1. So at the very least, if he does get a result against Hasim Rahman, I feel like that achieves something. So I'm leaning that way. It might be interesting. I think it is going to be interesting. Dylan says Jake Paul pays people to lose. Well, I tell you, I'm really excited for it. I'm excited for it because of those reasons. I think it is a boxer. I think there is definitely a path to victory for Rahman, but I think he's been hand-selected for a reason. And I think that Jake Paul wins. I always think, if I had to put money down, where am I putting it? I'm putting it on Jake Paul, because I think that they've seen something that they can exploit, and I think they all have a game plan to exploit it. But it will be enough for me to go, yeah, he's beaten a boxer. At least now he's beaten a boxer. So right, we're done. I've just got Ryan Garcia saying. He said with the, can we see you before the end of the year? Garcia says, I want to fight in December. So, there we go. They just said to Ryan Garcia, he was doing a little sit-down interview, and he said he wants to fight in December. So, I mean, the time frame for that fight with Tank is quite close, but hopefully they can get it over the line. Swerve Showdog said, I can see Jake Paul winning as well. Right, we are done, my friends. A massive thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I really, really appreciate the support. I really hope you enjoyed it and had fun as we said. Really got into this one as the fight was going on. Shame it maybe wasn't a bit more of a contest, but hey, listen, all it does is hypes up Garcia against Tank that little bit more. Certainly after seeing what he's just done to a really good fighter in Fortuna. So thanks a lot for watching. Really appreciate the support and hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.